Good morning and welcome to the meeting of the California Citizens Redistricting Commission. I'm Commissioner Lamons. I will be the chair for the next series of meetings. Allow me to introduce my vice chair, Commissioner Taylor. If you could raise your hand there. Great, good morning. Good morning to fellow commissioners. At this time, I'd like to call the meeting to order and go to our executive director for roll call.
Thank you, Chair. Roll call. Commissioner Sadwani.
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor.
Present.
Commissioner Toledo.
Here.
Commissioner Turner.
Here.
Commissioner Sinai.
Here.
Commissioner Vasquez.
Here.
Commissioner Yee.
Here.
Commissioner Ahmed.
Here.
Commissioner Akutagawa.
Here.
Commissioner Anderson.
Here.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Here.
Commissioner Fonashari.
Here.
Commissioner Kennedy.
Here.
Chair Lamont.
Here,
We have all present.
thank you. So I want to go through the agenda really quickly and give the public as well as the fellow commissioners a sense of how the meeting will run today and over the next couple days. Then we'll go to our opening general public comment. So we've done our roll call. After I go through the agenda, we'll open with our public comment. Then we'll have general announcements from the commissioners and updates. And then we have a new category called Chair Report. I'll give a brief report. And then there will be the Executive Director's Report, Chief Counsel Report, and then the Communications Director's Report. My anticipation is that this will take us right up to our first 11 a.m. break. And then we'll have a 15-minute break and come back and begin our subcommittee updates. And that should run us right up into the lunch hour, based upon the feedback that I've received from commissioners so far. We should be able to conclude our subcommittee reports by the lunch hour, at which point we'll take our break for lunch at 12:45 and return at 1:45, at which point we'll open the floor for public comment and our post-lunch general comment. And then we'll move into our agenda item number 9. That should put us right around 2 p.m. And after we complete that agenda item, we'll move into the next one, which will be agenda item number 10. And I anticipate we should be hitting right around the 2:45, 3 o'clock mark. At that time, again, we'll go to public comment if there's action that is to be taken on agenda item number 10, which we anticipate. And then we will move into agenda item number 11 right around 3:30. We're anticipating needing about 90 minutes for that agenda item. I'll do a time check around 4:30 to see how everybody's feeling. Because we could always move the remainder of that discussion depending upon where we are at that point to tomorrow morning. Number 12, we won't be doing, I'm getting some feedback from someone's microphone. Number 12, we won't be doing, as indicated on the agenda, that has been tabled. And then if closed session is necessary, there's been no indication that there will need to be any closed session. And then we would talk about our reports, discussion of future meetings and agendas, take closing public comment and be done. So I really am anticipating this will be a 2-day meeting and not a 3-day meeting. So that's what we're looking at right now. Of course, we're flexible and we'll make adjustments as necessary. So with that, I'd like to ask Jesse to open the floor for public comment. Please, if you could read the instructions.
In order to maximize transparency and public participation in our process, the commissioners will be taking public comment by phone. To call in, dial the telephone number provided on the live stream feed. The telephone number is 877-853-5247. When prompted, enter the meeting ID number provided on the live stream feed. It is 939-8946-6294 for this week's meeting. When prompted to enter a participant ID, simply press pound. Once you have dialed in, you'll be placed in a queue from which a moderator will begin unmuting callers to submit their comment. You will also hear an automated message to press *9. Please do this to raise your hand, indicating you wish to comment. When it is your turn to speak, the moderator will unmute you and you will hear an automated message that says, "The host would like you to talk," and to press *6 to speak. Please make sure to mute your computer or live stream audio to prevent any feedback or distortion during your call. Once you are waiting in the queue, be alert for when it is your turn to speak, and again, please turn down the live stream volume. These instructions are also located on the website. The Commission is taking general public comment at this time.
So as we all know, there's about a minute or two delay, I believe. Not a minute or two. There's a little bit of a delay between the live cast and the actual. So we'll give a few minutes to see if we have any public comment.
Good morning, caller. Could you please state and spell your name for the record, please?
Yes, this is Lori, Lori, Schellenberger, Schellenberger. I'm the redistricting consultant for Common Cause. And good morning. I hope everyone enjoyed the time off from their commission meetings, and nice to see everyone's faces again this morning. I just had a quick question about agenda item number 9 and the RFP. It sounded like you would be taking that up today, but I did not see a revised RFP posted or the supplemental materials, pages, I think 23 to 63 or maybe 73 were not. I wasn't able to find those on the website if they were in fact posted. So I just had a question about when those would be available to the public.
So Ms. Schellenberger, there won't be any action taken on that. There will be discussion on that agenda item today, but there won't be any action. When there is some revised documentation available, that will be posted, but there will not be an action taken on that matter today.
Okay, thank you so much for that clarification. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. Do we have any other callers, Jesse?
There's one more caller in the queue, Chair.
Please invite them forward.
Good morning, caller. Could you please state and spell your name for the record, please?
Hi, good morning. My name is Jacqueline Cotto, Jacqueline, last name Cotto. Good morning, everyone. Commissioners, hope you had a great weekend. I am calling from the NALEO Educational Fund. I'm the State Director of Civic Engagement Policy. It wasn't clear to me on the agenda if the topic of the regions was going to be taking place today. And so I wanted to make a comment on that. And my comment basically is I wanted to uplift for you to consider that as you move forward in looking at the regions, that for the outreach purposes, to take into consideration that all the regions are not the same, and it's important to take into account the population, the difficulty in reaching some people in some areas, and calibrate the resources that are needed in the number of hearings that should not be the same for every region, but instead reflect what's needed in the community and the population in each region. So I just wanted to uplift that real quickly. And for today, I wish you guys have a great hearing. And for the week, I'm looking forward to connecting with you later. Thank you so much.
Thank you for that, Ms. Cotto. Actually, there will be a discussion of our regions for outreach during agenda item number 11. We will be discussing the overall outreach and engagement plan. Again, that's anticipated to start around 3:30 this afternoon. So if you'd like to tune back in, if you're not staying for the whole day at that time, we welcome you. Thank you so much for your comment.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Jesse, do we have any more callers in the queue?
Chair, there are currently no callers in the queue.
Thank you so much, Jesse. So with that, I'd like to move to general announcements from commissioners and updates, and that includes staff as well. So if we have any general announcements that are of interest to commission, now would be the time. Commissioner Sinai.
Morning, everyone. As everyone said, it is kind of nice to see friendly faces again, and be in a group versus our usual isolation bubbles. So good morning. One just overall comment regarding the agenda. When we create agendas or any items, and I haven't done this always either, but we have been asked if we could use Arial at 14-point font so it's easier for folks to read. So if we can adopt that at least for the agendas, if not remembering it for other other documents we create. And I just wanted to say that I did, let's see, just in an effort to start, well, I was contacted by, I'm part of the League of Women Voters of North San Diego County, and one of our members introduced me to a commissioner for the local San Diego County redistricting efforts. And so I just wanted to put that out there, that introduction was made, and then that local person has introduced me to the staff for the county redistricting. They're interested in connecting with our staff. So when that all happens, I'll make sure that our staff connects, because they do really want to think through how do we do some of that conversations or education from local, county, and state level. So I wanted to put that out there. And in my effort just to see what interest there was in 101 sessions, or if people really thought that there was, the redistricting, people are busy. I did put just in my little outreach, I did some outreach on my personal Facebook page, and got a lot of response from people saying, yes, we would like a 15-minute presentation on redistricting in January or February or whatever. There was a lot of interest. So I was invited tonight to just be introduced to the South Bay Forum, and they're South Bay San Diego County, and it's just going to be a hello wave type thing, but just to start building that trust. But I just wanted to share that there is interest in meeting the commissioners, seeing the faces, and just getting a little overview of what redistricting looks like and what's coming up and how people can engage. So that was good news. And that was all. I think Angela has an update on people that we met. Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Vasquez, did you want to add something?
I was going to say that for our committee report. Okay,
thank you. Commissioner Sinai, did you share that information with Director Seha?
Yes.
Okay, fantastic.
He CC'd every time that someone says yes. I've asked people to send me an email directly to my CRC. My email here, whatever. Sorry. Awesome. And then when I respond, I put Director Seha, and I also started a spreadsheet that we can share if that's helpful for people to put in the different people that they're contacting, so that we all know. Some of them are, not, some of them are my Hope Sisters that are people I know from Hispanos Organized for Political Equity that aren't necessarily in San Diego. So and my response always is, staff will work to find the best commissioner for you, which that meets your needs. So there's no expectation that it's me who will be speaking.
Awesome. Thank you for that. Any other announcements or general comments, commissioners? Okay. With that, I'll move to the chair report. I'll be pretty short this week. I first just wanted to really commend all the commissioners for the time between our last meeting and this meeting. For those of you who have chaired already, you know what a organizing feat it is in that between time to prepare for the upcoming meeting. So I really just wanted to acknowledge and say thank you to my fellow commissioners who were very responsive to clarity questions, et cetera, regarding their agenda items and time needed, et cetera. I do want to invite those commissioners who were unable to be responsive, to please be sure to check your emails and voicemails so that if a message is left for you, you can respond within the time given. Is really important as we move these agendas forward and things change. And there are a lot of commissioners, there's quite a bit of staff. So we're trying to coordinate about 20 plus people to get to this place. So all in all, it was a really wonderful experience. And also, something was raised by a commissioner whether or not we needed some training on maybe using Google Docs or some of the other tools that we were using. So I was going to, during my report here, put that out there and just ask that question. And if you do feel like some training is necessary, just shoot an email to staff, Raul, and let him know that. And then we can start to look at putting together the appropriate trainings. I do want everyone to feel like the tools that are being used are easy to use, accessible, or if we want other tools, we can make those changes. But we do need to have the feedback in order to know what's going to work best in the service of communication and coordination amongst many people who are like all over the state and not with each other. So thank you so much for that. Anyone have any questions or concerns? Okay. With that, I'd like to move to the Executive Director's report.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So the first item on my report is to say that we have 2 new employees starting today. We have Ms. Kaplan, who you voted, took a vote on in the last meeting set, and she is actually watching the meeting as we speak. And we have our new Deputy Executive Director, Alvaro Hernandez, and I'm going to start by asking him to introduce himself.
Good morning, Commissioners. It's my first day, so I'm excited to see you all in person, sort of. This is a long time coming. I've been very excited to watch some of the meetings that were going on. Unfortunately, it wasn't all that involved at that time, but I'm looking forward to being very involved. I see that you've done a tremendous amount of work, and I'm going to be playing catch up here. So I'm looking forward to working with all of you. And as I mentioned before, I'll be working on my 30, 60, 90-day plan and incorporating a lot of what you've already done into that plan that I have. And I'll be reaching out to all of you when the opportunity presents itself. So thank you. I'm looking forward to working with all of you.
Welcome, Deputy Executive Director Hernandez. I can't tell you, you've been watching. You know, you've been the topic of many discussions. We're so glad to have you finally here. I'll turn it back over to Director Claypool.
Thank you. So in the next agendas for the current chair and all future chairs, we'll need to add a new agenda item for report out by our Deputy Executive Director. It should go right after my report out. And just as a note, or an item to note, we posted we received responses for 3 of our posted positions, administrative positions. We have approximately 7 people who have responded to our budget officer position, approximately 10 people who have responded to our accounting clerk position that will help our fiscal, basically our state management system for accounting for our funds. And we have 2 individuals who have responded for our senior legal analyst position. So we will be forwarding the senior legal analyst position recommendation to our finance and administration subcommittee for their review, and we'd like to do that as soon as possible for that review so that we can settle that position. As we move forward, we will still be looking at our communications manager, assistant procurement analyst, and budget analyst positions, but we have no posting and no responses at this point. We'll be doing that next week, or actually this week and going into next week. And we'll also be doing the interviews for the 2 positions where we have received responses, hopefully at the end of this week, so that we can make a decision on those positions by the next meeting. All of that, by the way, everything we're talking about will run through the Finance and Administration Committee, a subcommittee ahead of coming to the Commission. The budget, per an agreement with the Finance and Administrative Subcommittee and the recommendation by Commissioner Turner, I will do the actual budget each month at the start of the month to tell you what our expenditures have been. I can tell you that we did in the last week encumber approximately $350,000 in per diem, staff salaries, and most importantly, our interim budget with our videographer that it will ensure 40 additional meetings until we complete our final contract for videography, and that will come in the start of first of the year, and that final contract will run through June 30th, 2022. It's important to note that some of those 40 meetings that I just discussed have already been used. So we need to get the RFP in for the final contract during January, and then advertise it probably through late January, early February, and then complete that contract. And then finally, I think all of you saw an article that we received about our commission spending. I would like to remind this commission that article was based on a proposed draft document. That amount, the amount that shows as an overage, will be coming down because we're already making decisions that will reduce the amount that I had anticipated being over. And we also have a Public Records Act request, but that will be addressed by our Chief Counsel during her report. Then we have the Department of Finance, and as I told you in the last meeting, I will be preparing the release letters for our operational funds and outreach funds. Just a reminder, on January 1st, I'll be sending them a letter requesting that they release the $1.3 million for operational expenses, which will give us access no later than January 30th. And on January 7th, we'll send out the letter for outreach for the $2,065,000, and we'll have access no later than February 6th. We have enough money so that if we needed the outreach funds ahead of that, we could use money from an operational fund. So it won't affect the timing of receiving that money, won't affect anything that you may wish to do should we do it more quickly than I am anticipating. And then RFPs and contracts. The subcommittees will discuss their respective RFPs, interagency agreements, and RFIs during this meeting. The current plan that I hope we can all hold to is having all of our RFPs out of the Office of Legal Services by December 23rd, with the possible exception, or to the Office of Legal Services by December 23rd, with the exception of the final videography contract. And then we will have other minor contracts throughout the course of our operations, but our primary contracts will be finally done and should be in place no later than March, mid-March. Hopefully sooner if we get expedited services. And then finally, I've asked staff to begin to think about an overall public meeting plans, and we're going to just talk about it on Thursday. I realize that this is part of the approach plan for the RFP, for the line drawer, but we need to start thinking about everything after census and making sure that we're prepared to go out and line up the different places that you may need to put remote hearing sites for the public, depending on the plan that's agreed on with the line drawer. And that is the end of my report. Does anyone have any questions? Chair, I turn it back to you.
Okay. Thank you very much for that, Executive Director Claypool. I'd like to now move to the Chief Counsel's report. Chief Counsel Marshall. Is Ms. Marshall present?
Good morning, everyone. I forgot to push on the microphone. This will be brief. We We received a Public Records Act request last week on the 10th from Open California for the draft estimated budget that the committee requested to review 2 open meetings ago. We have 10 days to respond, and if needed, I can extend that response time 14 days. So I'm currently in the process of reviewing it and gathering up what type of response that we're going to have.
Thank you, Ms. Marshall. Does any commissioners have any questions for Ms. Marshall? Okay, thank you, Ms. Marshall. I'd like to move now to Director Seha for the Communications Director's report. You're on mute, or we can't hear you. Okay, while Mr. Seha gets his microphone technical situation straightened out, we'll move forward. So I want to move right to our subcommittee updates. Let's start with Subcommittee A, which is Action on Census Subcommittee, Commissioner Sadwani and Toledo.
We have nothing in particular to update unless Marion has any additional update on the Supreme Court case.
No, nothing new. We're waiting.
Okay, thank you so much. Well, the hiring of the Deputy Executive Director, I guess that's the committee that we are officially sunsetting. Am I correct? Okay, so we will move on. Finance and Administration, Commissioners Fernandez and Pornachari.
Go ahead.
Okay. I couldn't find you on the screen. So let's see. We have a couple of proposed policies that we'll talk about later. I'll just give you all an update. I volunteered. I mentioned that I volunteered to look at these agenda management tools. We were unable to schedule a demo last week, but I have it schedule a demo for a company called Granicus with Director Claypool and Director Seha and Commissioner Fernandez and myself on Thursday. Director Seha also gave me the name of another tool called Board Book, and I've been exchanging emails with those folks. So hopefully we can come to some conclusion about this tool in the very near future and get one tool or other on board to help us out. Did you have anything to add? Okay.
Oh, thank you so much. Any questions for the subcommittee? Director Claypool?
Commissioner Fornashari, could you add Deputy Executive Director Hernandez to that list for that? So he needs to know how that's going to work as well.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay, let's check in with Director Seha.
I think I'm good. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. I had to restart my system. But good morning, everyone. Thank you. Welcome, Alvaro. I was going to say that I have my plate of responsibilities, and from that, I'm going to pluck outreach and hand it right over to you. So congratulations. I did want to mention a few things for today's report. Our media monitoring contract is actually moving forward. Thank you, Raul, for moving that. So soon we'll be able to have that monitoring service that tells us when we're in the news, like that California Globe article that came out recently, and allow us to respond. As far as the website's concerned, I do have full control of Nation Builder now, so I have been working on building our website and wanted to give you a brief introduction as to what it's going to look like. So I'm going to share my screen. Let's see. So this is currently what I'm building here. It's a website that's going to be a lot more interactive, a lot more.
There we go. Okay, now we can see it.
Okay, perfect. So it's going to be a website that's more interactive. It's easier to find information. And so what I've built so far is the first few pages. This is not going to be the main picture here, but I just put it on there to have it as a boilerplate. But what I do want to have is a picture that indicates that we're transitioning from the census to the work of line drawing. I think that message is going to be key in letting people know who we are and what we do. And I also plan to work with the census office to get on their website and on their social media sites so that they start publicizing our work too. And we don't lose their audience. So it's an easy transition. What this website will give you first is just an introduction of the commissioners. And if you click on it, it'll take you directly to the commissioners and staff. Again, this is just boilerplate. I've just transferred all the information over, so all your bios are there, but I do want headshots. So for those of you that have already sent me headshots, thank you so much. For those of you that have not, it's fairly easy to do. And if you have already submitted your headshot to the commission, I'll track it down. The next slide will actually take you to the COI tool once we have it uploaded so that people can click on it and start drawing their own communities of interest maps. And then that information will get emailed to us. And then lastly, help us get out the word. So if you look at the outreach toolkit here, this tab will have social media information for organizations to share. It'll have an actual toolkit of pictures that they can share, messaging for Facebook, Twitter, and also our frequently asked questions, our collateral materials for individuals to use at their desire, and be able to tweak it so that it can make sense to their constituencies. I have included in here a place for us to go onto our live commission meetings. So whenever we have a meeting like today, people will just be able to click on there and go live to our meeting. A cleaner version of our upcoming meetings. And then, of course, the community of interest tool for people to, like I said, draw their own lines. But this is pretty much the template that I've taken on from Nation Builder. So I'll be, like I said, working on this and making sure that it is updated and that it makes sense for folks. But if you already see the difference, I mean, this from the website that we have today, very different. So we hope to bring it to this new century and make sure that all the information that we have on there makes sense for people that are using it. I did also send out the new branding and new logo ideas. I wanted to share this because this is the final 2 images that we voted on. So if you did participate in voting in the last 4 series of logos, A and D were the winners. So now I'm going to do a second round of voting, and it's going to be between the one you see at the top. We did move the pen up to divide, we draw the lines, and California. And we did give it a little more space so that it's not so crowded. And then at the bottom one, the D, we switched out the California state for a line option instead of the scribble. So I'll be sending those out to commissioners so you can vote on that. And then finally, by the end of this week, we'll have a final logo and we can start using it on the website and all collateral materials as they come up. As far as social media is concerned, once we finalize that logo, I'll be able to go live with Facebook and Twitter. I'll swap out the logo and I'll start using it regularly. I've held off because I didn't want to start using it under the old logo and then reintroduce a new logo. It's just going to be confusing. And we're very close to finalizing the logo. So I thought we can wait a few more days to go live on those. And then Commissioner Sane, going back to your idea of having folks start to schedule those one-on-ones with organizations to do Redistricting 101. Another idea, in addition to that, what we could do is create a video that's the actual training, and then we can shoot that out, host it on our website. People can go to our website and just view it whenever they're having meetings and just show our training video. That'll be 15 minutes. And that way we'll reach a broader audience. And again, that'll be in addition to folks actually zooming into meetings across the state. But we'll have something substantial for organizations that for whatever reason cannot get us on their agenda. They'll have something to show at their meetings if they're holding electronic Zoom meetings, like I'm sure everyone is. And then the last piece is the media training. So individuals did indicate that they're interested in having media trainings. So we'll start scheduling those. And then another issue was brought up, social media training. One of the commissioners felt they're not as tech savvy on social media, so wanted more information on how to use Twitter, how to use Facebook, how to follow our pages, and how to reshare our information. So I'll make sure I integrate that into the media training, but I'll start scheduling those for the upcoming week. And that's it for me. I'll continue chipping away at the website, transferring information, and all the 2010 archived info will go under one tab as 2010, and we'll have a list of documents and past information on there.
Great. Any questions? Commissioner Sadwani.
Just a comment, this all sounds amazing. I'm so excited about the website and all of the things that you're planning. And I just wanted to offer, if we are moving forward with some sort of informational video, I have a lot of materials and slides on redistricting, reapportionment, gerrymandering. I teach on this, I've written about it. So if you need any content and you can make it, look beautiful and change the wording to, into more plain language, but I'm happy to share that if it's helpful.
Definitely, thank you.
Commissioner Ahmed.
Thank you so much, Freddie. That was amazing. I really like the vibe of it, the picture. Yeah, I understand you're going to change it. It looks so California, right? Beautiful sunset and beautiful beaches. Just two quick questions. I know it has come up before. Are there any intentions of branching out onto Instagram, LinkedIn, and Facebook? And then also, what do you project the timeline for launch to look like?
So yes, on the multiple channels, I know we've had this conversation before, and we want to be mindful of the audiences that use certain social media sites, right? So not everyone's on Facebook, not everyone's on Twitter. Younger generations are on Instagram and Snapchat. Because of our capacity, we will be bringing on a communications manager. Hopefully they'll be able to bring online multiple channels. So definitely Facebook, definitely Twitter. We can do Instagram, that's not as labor intensive. Snapchat, I'm not sure. We'll gauge it based on who we bring on and how comfortable they feel with that platform. But we definitely do want to have as many platforms as possible, like I said, to reach the multiple and different audiences. And then maybe there's other things like Commissioner Kennedy sent me Nextdoor as an option to do outreach as well. So aside from doing social media management, we also need to tap into some of those already existing structures that are out there for where people get their news, right? Nextdoor is a very grassroots platform that people use to monitor what's going on in their communities. So we'll definitely tap into that. And that's it, yes.
Any other questions, commissioners? Commissioner Kutagawa?
Thank you. Mr. Ceja, I mean, I can't just say enough along with everybody else, the website looks fantastic. And I do love that picture. So if you decided to keep it, it probably wouldn't be, seen as a bad thing, at least for me. Quick question on a couple things. I guess I'll just kind of pile on a couple, some of what's been said. If you create social media kits, instead of having, the staff having to do everything, could it be created in such a way that we use the most? And I'm not sure if you're hearing me because my internet seems to be really bad today.
Yeah, I lost the question. What was the question?
I was just asking, if you create like a social media kit on the various things that you want to get, news out, is it something that we could just each of us then take and post to our preferred, platforms? Whether it's LinkedIn or even like Nextdoor, or like I know we have a Ring. So my husband is on it, and he says that they have kind of like a next door type feature. So, again, hyper local, but it might be actually the best way to get to the people who might have an interest in this kind of stuff. So,
Yeah, so if you were following the census process, they were shooting out information and putting up content on a weekly basis. When I was working at the Senate office, we would actually get those toolkits from the census communications department every week. So every week it was new content. Make sure your family counts, you count, very culturally diverse messaging that made sense to different people. And that's what I plan to do. And hopefully once the communications manager comes on, we'll be able to create a content calendar. So we're going to know what we'll be pitching and putting out every week, and we'll share that with you. And yeah, the point is to have a toolkit that's very general. This is what redistricting is. This is what we're trying to do. It's the second or the next step after the census. And this is how you can be part of it. And the point is to get that information out to the nonprofits and our partners and make sure that they can alter it so that it makes sense to their audiences. So that when they're sending it out, like the census information, you were able to adapt it and change a few things, but the core message was always still there.
Commissioner Sinai?
Thank you. It looks great. The one piece that I wanted to make sure is that everybody sees themselves, and it may not be that everybody sees exactly, but it may be they see the coast, so they see themselves that way, or they see someone, that's brown, so they see themselves, whatever it may be, but just always constantly trying to think through that piece. I want to make sure that our to get on our mailing list or to get on, is very quick and easy, that they don't have to dig for it, because right now you need to dig for it. So just an invitation, because everything I feel like we're doing from now until mid-March is about an invitation to play with, not to play, but to be engaged later. And so anything we create has to be with kind of that action piece of stay in the loop. We want you to, whatever it might be. And that goes with the video as well. I mean, hopefully the training video will be kind of a fun video that explains it simply. I'm sure it is. But again, that they see themselves, that they get an invitation to be part of this, and how they can be involved. Because I think a lot of people, for me, I did this whole exercise for myself on my why. And for me, my why on all this is that at the end of this, obviously we get good maps, but it's also to increase that trust with government and that relationship with government. And so it was helpful for me to realize where I was coming from. But thank you. It looks great.
Thank you. So I did take a lot of interest, or a lot of the look from the webpage from Shape California's Future, which is the website that was used to recruit you as commissioners. Looking at the different geographic areas of California, the diversity, and including that in there, that's what I'm going for. And as far as the mailing list, that feature will be captured through Nation Builder. Nation Builder was set up to grow the database. So as people visit our website, their information is captured automatically. As people visit our Twitter handle or Facebook station, their information actually gets funneled right into our system. So they become active members of our database, whether they clicked on the information or not. So they'll be receiving all our e-blast and information moving forward.
Thank you so much. Any other questions or comments from commissioners? Commissioner Anderson?
Again, I won't go on too much, but thank you. And so I just got a couple of quick questions. One, I believe Commissioner Ahmad said, do you have just an estimate for launch time frame?
Oh, yes. I did miss that question. I'm sorry. So we were hoping for a January launch date, but I think we'll be able to do it much sooner, maybe in the next 2 weeks. So what I need is content, right? So commissioner bios, not bios, I'm sorry, headshots, so that I can build everything out and it's ready to go. The logo, which we're going to do at the end of this week. and all the transfer of information that I'll be doing over this week and the next. So I think at the end of next week, it'll be ready to go, which will give us 2 weeks to build up the audience. So when we do a formal launch in January, we'll already have followers on social media and things of that nature.
Great, thank you. And then just a couple of specifics, as you mentioned the COI tool. I'm just, in terms of where things might be, or where the public might be looking for things, where are public comments, and also where are you planning on, ultimately we have to post maps, and where will those be going?
So we can add maps anywhere we'd like. We can actually add a tab that says these are the pre-maps or the draft maps and then final maps. As far as the COI tool is concerned, we will have that at the bottom of the page, but then when the sliders, as soon as you go on the website, the second slider is draw your own map. So that'll connect you to the COI tool. I did talk to the COI tool individuals last week, and they're still building their splash page for the COI tool website. But part of their idea was also to have it live in our web page, so that as people start looking for that tool, it's integrated into our web page, but also it's a splash page somewhere else on their website.
And have you considered the part of what they will ultimately send to us are their PDFs? Have you considered in terms of spacing on our website to show those, or was that part of your discussion with the COI people, the COI tool people?
PBS?
Part of the PDF of the actual COI that the people public draws on the COI tool. It's a question of do we need to show that on our? It's a public comment, and if so, have you been considering that?
Yeah, we have not discussed that, but we can discuss that with the commission. I wouldn't see any problem hosting that on our website as public comment, obviously, so people know what other people are thinking as far as boundaries or what a community looks like. And then the other thing that we did talk about was having an actual map of California. I think this is something that Commissioner Sinai had brought up. And as people fill out a map or draw their own map, it shows a spot or a pin in the map, so you know who in California is filling out their COI maps.
Thank you very much.
They told me they would be able to do that.
Great, and then that would live on our website. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments from commissioners? Thank you so much, Director Seha. You've been the highlight of the morning. Well, next, of course, to Director Hernandez joining us.
Thank you.
We can't hear
You're
you.
on mute.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Sinai. With that, we'll return to our subcommittee reports. We left off at our Gantt chart subcommittee with Commissioners Kennedy and Taylor.
We did submit an updated Gantt chart for posting, so that is available on the website. I don't know if anyone has any comments on it. The changes were not enormous. Commissioner Fornashari?
Yeah, I just have a question. I was last week, I spent some time reviewing the schedule just to try to understand where we are and what it looks like. And one of the things that Director Claypool mentioned earlier was beginning to actively plan our public input meeting strategy. And I'm just wondering who's responsible for developing that public input plan strategy. Do we have a subcommittee that's doing that, or how are we getting that done?
Commissioner Sinai.
Part of the outreach piece on the agenda, we will be going cross committees because there's a lot of input needed from different committees. And so we will look at the different all the different inputs, including that piece, and then we can see where that will lie. But just answering a lot of those questions and what will it look like, and because we're all feeling a little antsy, anxious, whatever a word you want to use about it.
Thanks.
Commissioner Kennedy, were you done?
Director Ceja had his hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry, Director Ceja.
Yeah, so I just wanted to mention that I think I was tasked working with Commissioner Sanayan Vasquez on putting together a draft of what that would look like, Commissioner Fornachari. But now that we have the Deputy Executive Director, I wanted to make sure I got his title right. He will be taking the lead on drafting that outreach plan. But we're on it. We're going to be meeting soon so that we're all getting ahead of that plan.
Yeah, it wasn't clear to me that, how far the outreach plan extended, whether outreach was just like education and informing, or if it included the public meetings and then the map drawing meetings, and if that was all part of the plan too. But it sounds like it is. So thank you all.
I think at the end it'll be a multi-pronged approach. So redistricting 101, pre-map meetings, and then going back and presenting the actual maps. But it'll all be in that plan.
Commissioner Kennedy.
Commissioner Taylor, do you have anything that you want to add at this point?
No, I think that covers it.
We're good. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll go to our line drawer subcommittee, Commissioners Anderson and Sadwani.
Well, thank you. As you mentioned earlier, there is item 9 on the agenda, which we'll be addressing after lunch. And at that point, we have a couple of issues that did come up on the RFP and the delineation between the data manager and the line drawer. And these are items that we have discussed in subcommittees, but we need the full commission to discuss and make decisions on. So, which is why the RFP is not being presented until it is a complete document. So at this point, we don't really have much to say, except we really look forward to discussing in more detail item 9, which I believe is after lunch. Is that Commissioner Sadwani?
Yeah, I think that's all right. We've had a lot of great conversations over the last week with multiple subcommittees, as well as we've had a number of very informative conversations with the line drawer from 2010, Karen McDonald, as well as I'm going to botch the name, USDR. So it's been very helpful just to gather all of this information, and so we're certainly still in that process. I think that our timeline for moving this forward is to have a working draft by the end of this week after our conversations here. Hopefully have something that we can post, I think we said Saturday, for everyone to view, that we can finalize at our meeting on December 22nd and move forward.
Thank you. Does anyone have questions for the subcommittee? Commissioner Anderson, is something else you wanted to add?
No, not at this time.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. We'll move on to the VRA Compliance Subcommittee, Commissioner Sadwani and Yee.
Yes, thank you. Shall I start? So good news on the RFIs for the VRA Council and Outside Council. I believe those are completed. Maybe Director Claypool, could you clarify next steps from here? Since this is our first time doing this, what comes next?
Go on, Director Claypool, please.
So from here, we're going to have the commission look at it and approve the 2 RFIs. They're well written, and then we're going to move them to the Office of Legal Services. We're hoping for an expedited review. However, we are pushed right up against the holidays, but we have alerted our contact over there in the Office of Legal Services about the fact that they're going to move forward, and that person has cleared a spot for us, as I understand it, to start reviewing them. If we get them back in the first week in January, then we can go out with them and start fielding responses after we've had the advertisement period. I'm trying to remember whether we had thought about having a 30-day advertisement period on that. I'm not sure, or less, but we'll get our responses. We'll set up our review of the process. Shouldn't take longer than a week. At some point, we're going to have to consider that enlarged committee, legal committee, if so we can have public review, particularly of the outside litigation. Although both contracts are very important, the VRA as well, but we can do that in January. There's no rush. It just we need to consider who wishes to be on that subcommittee and then start setting up that process. But we can have, in my mind, we can have both of these done by mid-February to the third week in February, including the interviews if we plan it correctly.
Thank you. I believe the commission had already approved the content for the RFIs. So, I mean, of course, we can look at the final draft, but we haven't changed anything that wasn't already approved. So do we need to do that, or can we just move forward?
I apologize if I had forgotten that it had been approved. So no, we can move them to the Office of Legal Services. We just needed the commission to have the opportunity to see what had been created. That's all.
Okay, so do we just post drafts then? Do we not?
I think they're. I was under the impression they were posted.
I have a question. I believe we have this agendized for the 22nd. Do we not, or am I thinking of something else?
No, that's for the RPV, the racially polarized voting.
Correct.
Discussion.
Okay.
Let me look.
So, Commissioner Savwani?
No, I was just going to say if we all feel good about the RFIs, we can go on to talk about the RPV analysis. We've had a lot of conversations about that as well. But if there's any additional conversations around the RFIs, so let's finish.
Commissioners Fernandez?
And Kennedy, I think.
Just had a really quick question on the litigation counsel one. On section 7, the fee arrangements in there, it says that it shall be in place until August 15, 2022. I wasn't sure if it was supposed to be 2022 or 2021 because you've mentioned 2021 in section 4.
I believe that's correct because there's no telling how long litigation would continue after the maps have been filed. So that's the same time period that the 2010 commission used.
Right. So should then section 4 terms and conditions state 2022 also? I just noticed that there were 2 different dates or years.
I will take a look at that.
Yeah, we'll take a closer look. Thank you for pointing that out.
Oh, but thank you so much. I know a lot of work went into that, and it's really well written. So I really appreciate everyone.
Commissioner Kennedy?
Yes, thank you. These are reading better. I do still have some items to bring to your attention. On the one for litigation counsel, under section 3, statement of qualifications must be received by 5 p.m. on January 14th, but under key action dates, it says submissions due January 29th. So we don't want to send something out with competing submission dates.
Wow. Yes. Thank you. Oh gosh.
I'm also wondering under B, evaluation process, since these are going to be virtual, do we need to say in Sacramento, or is that just something left over from the 2010 commission?
That is probably left over. I think we attempted to remove all of those, but thank you for highlighting that. Can you repeat where you saw that, which piece you saw that in again?
The litigation count, well, actually it's in both of them under evaluation process. And then on the fourth bullet under evaluation process, it seems to me that it would be useful to specifically mention that they must be available to meet with the commission virtually.
Okay.
There was also an issue that we discussed at the last meeting, which was making some sort of statement about hyperlinks, and that we wanted what we wanted in the response itself, but hyperlinks could be considered, you know, as supplemental information, as long as all of the basic information was in the response itself.
We can, I do recall that conversation, and we can certainly add that if it's important.
Is that it for you, Commissioner Kennedy?
No. Sorry.
No worries.
Under section, I guess it's section 6, although there's no, in the litigation council at least, there doesn't seem to be a section 6. It goes from section 5 to section 7. But under B, other conflicts, I'm wondering if we need to make some mention of work for political parties under other conflicts. We talk about work for candidates, but not for parties. And I'm just wondering if that would be something that we would want to include there. On the one for VRA Council, seems like we also had a discussion about whether California experience was required or just desirable. And when we say all applicants must be in good standing with the State Bar of California, are we unnecessarily limiting our pool on that? We had said that VRA was something more national in scope, and that we wanted to make that pool, or at least have the opportunity for having more applicants in that pool that might not necessarily have the same level of California experience.
That is correct. We can certainly make, adjust that language.
Okay.
This is Chief Counsel Marshall. Just a quick comment in regards to good standing with the state of California. If you're going to practice in the state of California, you need to be licensed with the state of California. The only exception is the issue regarding federal attorneys.
So then, just for clarification, does that requires then that someone is? We couldn't have someone. I think my understanding, and from 2010, is that there were applicants from outside of California. I do not know whether or not they were bar certified in California or not. But the idea that had been, that we had learned about was that they would have been perfectly suitable to advise on Voting Rights Act because VRA is a federal law. So just for clarification, are we saying then that we ultimately need someone who is bar certified within California?
Ms. Marshall?
I'm just trying to get clarification in regards to the purpose of this particular council, because I know there's one in regards to litigation, and you have the other one that's in regards to the Voters' Rights Act. Let me go ahead and consider that and get back to you. But I just know in general, if you're going to practice here in the state of California, you have to be licensed in the state of California. So I'll get back to you after lunch.
Okay, I think that's fair, and that would certainly be helpful. Certainly, one of the conversations we've had for quite some time is that we would want to be able to look broadly for someone with VRA experience, an attorney with VRA experience, and that experience doesn't necessarily have to be based in California. The experience could be elsewhere, but I certainly see your point. So getting that clarity would be helpful. And most certainly having this clause for the litigation piece would be important. We want someone that would not only certified in California, but with significant experience in California.
Right. So the last point under conflicts of interest at the very bottom of the page, it says identified in 4 below, but I'm wondering if that's above rather than below, because I don't see any more 4s below that.
Was that in VRA or litigation or both?
And VRA.
Okay, I'll take a look.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Chair.
You're welcome. Director Claypool.
First, Commissioner Kennedy, could you also forward those, all of your comments to us so that we can make sure that we incorporate them? On the meeting in Sacramento, technically this building is your meeting site, so I don't know that we necessarily need to eliminate the language regarding in Sacramento. That's why I thought we had left it in it, because 721 is your headquarters, 721 Capitol Mall. And then on the hyperlinks, I believe the conversation last time said that yes, you could, that a proposer could put in hyperlinks, but anything that we asked for had to be addressed in hard copy, and the hyperlinks would just be something that was addition. We're not asking, I think that what happened with the one contract that had the hyperlinks was it exceeded the number of pages that we were allowing for that organization was allowing for the contract. I don't know that we're necessarily asking for, for a specific number of pages. So I think that it just needs to be addressed. The body needs to be addressed in their response. The hyperlinks are extra. That's my understanding.
Commissioners Yee or Sadwani, is that your understanding?
Yes, that was mine.
Okay. Are we ready to move forward?
Thank you, Commissioner Kennedy, for your attention to detail. It warms my heart.
Commissioner Anderson, I'll be right with you. I just like to invite commissioners that, and thank you for that, Commissioner Kennedy. The subcommittees are working behind the scenes to get these things done and ready for the meeting. So if you review a document and you have this level of feedback, please communicate that to the subcommittee so they have an opportunity to see, particularly if it affects the process, if it requires a different kind of action for the commissioners, et cetera, so that they can be prepared. And always send it to staff also, so that way they can incorporate those things. So for example, if these particular edits that were just discussed germanely affects how we move forward, we be prepared to know that, when we come and what the next steps will be. So just in the spirit of efficiency, please feel free to send your feedback to these documents that are posted directly to the subcommittee that's working on them. Commissioner Anderson.
Thank you. Just a couple quick. The VRA Council does indeed have a page limit, and not to exceed page limit. So I think that's why, does that include hyperlinks? Does it not? I think that's where that under section 6, the very first intro paragraph has the responses should not exceed 15 pages. And then this is Ms. Marshall is going to give us exact detail, but as far as it's a professional licensing issue, your experience can be elsewhere, but to practice in a state, you must be licensed in that state. That's true in medical. That's true in engineering. That's true in law. So that's just a general, unless you're doing a federal case, as I think she's going to tell us. So that I believe our wording. Well, it'll be parsed exactly, but that's just in terms of general for all our RFPs. There is a licensure issue, and it doesn't mean all your experience has to be here, but you must also be able to legally practice here, even if you're consulting. So that's just a general for future work.
Thank you for that, Commissioner Anderson. Commissioner Satwani and Yee, did that conclude your VRA subcommittee report?
No, we also have RPV work, which I think.
Please proceed.
Go ahead, Sarah.
Sure. So as we have mentioned previously, it is our intention to move forward as soon as possible with RPV analysis. We have discussed previously in a memo that we had prepared several weeks ago and presented to the commission, the idea of doing a quote unquote stage 1 analysis that would be a public document of racially polarized voting in California. We've had a number of conversations about such a document, what that would entail, what that would look like, and what that would cost. At this point in time, given the price estimate that we have received, we would actually perhaps like to adjust our suggestion on this piece. We felt like the cost that came back was quite high, and that this is a document that would be supplemental. We would still most certainly need RPV analysis at the time when we are drawing lines. We've received a number of, we've talked to a number of experts on this piece, and the best advice I think that we have been given is that as we are creating districts, we would conduct the analysis to understand if such a new district would have racially polarized voting in it, if there are communities that would qualify as polarized voting communities. So at this point in time, we are still assessing all of those options. We are thinking about and trying to explore the idea of, rather than a racially polarized voting analysis, which would be quite costly for the commission at this stage, potentially more of a demographic report using the data from the American Community Survey to identify demographic shifts over the last 10 years. We've heard about demographic shifts from a number of our presenters who have come, and we feel like this might be an option that could cost us less, but still give us the kind of information to help guide our outreach process, which was ultimately our goal with the RPV analysis. So that's where we are at. We continue to have conversations. We've sent and emails just at the end of last week to the Public Policy Institute of California to see if such a document already exists, or if they could create one for us. So we are actively looking for that, and we hope to be able to have something to bring back to you all on the 22nd. Commissioner Yee, did you have anything more that you wanted to add to that?
No, that was all.
Thank you, Commissioner Sadwani and Yee. Does any commissioners have any questions or comments for Commissioner Sadwani and Yee? Commissioner Sinai, and then Commissioner Anderson.
I just read an article from Cal Matters about VoteBeat and how they have been coming up with their numbers, and it looked like they had done something similar to what you were hoping takes place. They did use census tracts and looked at changes in demographics. I sent the article to staff asking them to share it with all commissioners, but they did seem like they've already have some of that information. And my initial thought was, hey, it would be great for them to talk to us because they've looked at this. So I'll send it directly to the two of you, so hopefully it's helpful.
Excellent, thank you.
That would be great. And then commissioners, oh, sorry, Chair Lamont, if I may, Commissioner Sinai, if you intend to reach out to them, can you let us know? And if not, then certainly we could as well.
Oh, yeah, I wasn't intending to reach out to him. It was just my gut was, hey, these guys might be good, but I leave you all as the experts to know who is.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Commissioner Anderson?
Thank you for really looking into this and realizing there are a couple of different options and different ways to do this. One thing about the racially polarized voting, were you considering at all just doing a small sort of like a little training or like a little workshop just to show the full commission how this would apply in addition to getting the full information? Or is that another option in your, in the multi things you've been considering?
Yes, it is absolutely an option. We didn't give this update, but we are still working on a number of trainings, hopefully in January and February for the commission on VRA and as well as on RPV analysis. Certainly, had we had a contract at this stage, we would have wrapped training into that contract. My sense, though, is that the cost of that is still quite high for us at this stage. So I think we can still do that training, but perhaps once we actually contract for the more localized analysis, which we will ultimately do. We will still need to do it. I think from the commission's perspective, we'll still need to figure out if we want to have that analysis kept as attorney work product, which means it would not be released to the public, or if we want to make that public. My sense is we shouldn't answer that question though until we have VRA counsel identified.
Any additional questions, comments? Thank you, Commissioner Satwani-Yinyi.
Thank you.
I'd like to move on to outreach and engagement. Commissioner Sinai and Vasquez.
Thank you. So the outreach subcommittee met with a couple of representatives from our Los Angeles' SEIU Local 99 and SEIU California. So we met with Jen Baca and Lindsay Hopkins in order to talk with them to gauge their interest and availability in having someone from SEIU, either a local representative or someone from their headquarters, to present on a panel that we are putting together around additional ways to view communities of interest. So again, part of this committee's efforts have been to give a 360 view to the commission as well as to our viewers and the public about the many ways in which communities can affiliate. And so this particular panel, we are thinking about, economic, professional or industry affiliations. So we're hoping to also invite someone from a small business association, like a chamber, or an agricultural representative. So we're putting together a 3-person panel. And so this meeting with the SEIU folks was step one of putting together that panel. We're thinking sometime in January. One of our meetings in January is when this panel would take place. And then lastly, we're hoping to facilitate a conversation across the many subcommittees that have an interest or are working on a particular thread that impacts the overall outreach and engagement plan. And so, we want to make sure that we have all considerations surfaced from each of those committees, as well as answer any outstanding questions from these various subcommittees in order to give Director Hernandez the information he needs to develop a plan. And I think that the timing of that conversation is TBD at the moment, unless Commissioner Sinai, you have
I actually can speak.
Okay,
I can speak to that if you like. You want me to do that now or let you guys conclude?
Yes, please. That was the end of my report. So.
Okay, great. So the conversation that Commissioner Vasquez is talking about will be a part of item 11 during this meeting. So there'll be about 3 prongs to that discussion. And you guys, when we get to agenda item 11, you could lay out what is expected to be covered. We're going to talk about proposed outreach regional maps. We're going to talk about engagement strategy plans. We're going to talk about the cross-section of various subcommittees that influence outreach. And the good news is that because we have tabled item 12, we'll have the luxury of a nice chunk of time to really address those issues. So item 11 will be very robust. Commissioner Sinai.
I just wanted to add one last thing is when the Dolores Huerta Foundation spoke to us, they had created a COI survey, a community of interest survey. And one of the questions that was kind of outstanding from all of us was, what did they do with that survey? Because it looked like it was 2 or 3 pages and people wrote down their thoughts. And I followed up with them and they said that there wasn't enough time to take those surveys and actually turn them into maps, but they did submit all the surveys that they had received from the community. The community submitted it to the local redistricting effort that took place. And the toolkit that they had shared that I think was being created by UC Santa Cruz will include the survey that they had shared with the community. So I just wanted to close that loop.
I have a question about that, Commissioner Sinai. Did they say, or do you have a chance to reach out to the local entity that received the content of those surveys and see how they translated that information to maybe get some cues as to how we might use similar processes? I know we're exploring all of those things.
I think that's a great question. I hadn't even thought about that since I was only thinking about the input piece, but I can get a contact person, and I don't know if you all want me to follow up with that or if there's another subcommittee who would like to understand that piece, who's better aware of the questions.
I think it'll fit with you guys in the outreach subcommittee. Certainly it can come up in 11 and we can explore whether or not that's the right path to go, but let's talk about that in item 11.
Okay, I'll reach out for the time being to the Dolores Huerta Foundation to see who the contact is.
Thank you. Does any commissioners have any questions for the outreach and engagement subcommittee? Okay, Language Access Committee, Commissioners Akutagawa and Fernandez.
Yes, initially, based on our last meeting, we were going to come forward with our recommendations, but as Commissioner Akutagawa and I got into it, all of the documentation that we've received and getting as much information as we can, we realized it was a lot bigger and more information than we could put together for this meeting. So we're putting it off until the full commission meeting in January.
Okay. I'd invite you to share as appropriate during item 11 as well, because there's intersection with that subcommittee also. So hopefully that can help inform some of our outreach strategies. Thank you. Data Management Subcommittee, Commissioners Ahmed and Turner. You're on mute, Commissioner Turner.
Thank you, Chair. I saw that. I was just trying to get to it. Hello, everyone. Is it okay? You want me to start out? Okay, so commissioners, thank you. Yes, data management. Woohoo! All right, get myself stoked. This has been quite the journey. So, as you all will recall, at our last meeting, we presented an RFP that we were super stoked and excited about. And there were some questions, but we did get things kind of narrowed down and you gave us all clearance and authority to move forward with the RFP that was presented. And we moved forward getting information and determined that we need to come back to you because we're not going to move in that direction at all. So with lots of subcommittee meetings and counsel from individuals, there is a different process that we do want to present to you today. So we're excited about all of the data that we're going to get. 30, 40,000 pieces of information. A lot of it will come structured. And for that, we have an amazing COI tool that we are still gathering some information around. So I'll start with that. For the COI tool subcommittee, there are some bits of information that we want to confirm that will tie into our recommendation today. First of all, we want to have our legal staff just finally and definitively let us know what absolutely must be posted on our website for public review. We know that the public will not have access to information once it's input into the COI tool outside of their own, but at what point does that information need to be made public, or will it need to be made public? That's number one, as far as what other people have. So just whenever we can get feedback from legal staff, we don't need to know that right now, but that is a question we have. We've decided to take all of the information, and our recommendation is that it's going to be split into two separate systems. We will have one system that will be our COI tool that will have all of the GIS information, shape files, information that can be mapped out will be entered in through the COI tool. And our recommendation is that we actually use a tool that is already available called Airtable to receive and store and later be able to retrieve all of the non-GIS type information that we will receive. And so in using Airtool, we will need to also have a data management person, someone that will manage a team of individuals. So we'll have one person that will be able to manage and oversee this whole data process. And then we'll be looking for a team of people that will actually do the input from our meetings. They can hear it through the recordings that will be able to take non-mapped information, someone that just says, I want my community to stay together, someone that may describe something that can't necessarily fit into a COI tool. We'll have that information categorized in Airtable. Airtable is something that exists that is really robust, that we've received information on all along. However, up until our last meeting, we was thinking that we needed one singular tool to hold everything. And of course, Airtable isn't sufficient for that. But now that we're talking about splitting the information out, Airtable sounds to us, our data management team, as just the tool that we'll need. So the recommendation that we have is that we move forward with contracting or hiring a data management person to oversee this and begin staffing a team. And the team that we'd actually like to use is just a team of students, which was done in 2010. They contracted with students to be able to do input for data management. And when the students input, we cap them, I think Dan set up at $10,000 or whatever the dollar amount is, and it's kind of a rotating team that'll be able to come in and they'll be utilizing the Air tool. The Air tool is amazing. Some of you may or may not be familiar with it, but you're able to do queries. You're able to pull information if you needed to be reminded about something that happened in Reading, what someone had, a testimony that they had about a different area. And so it would be kind of an overlay with the COI tool. We'll have our line drawers using predominantly of course, the COI tool that they'll be able to draw maps, et cetera, with. And you'd have our data management person and or us as commissioners, because we have access to Airtool as well, that'll be able to say, and how were we informed by that? What's the verbiage or words or support? What was the sentiment or feeling that went along with those lines? So I'll pause there and see if Isra wants to add, Commissioner Ahmad wants to add anything, or if indeed Dan was in a lot of the meetings, if he wanted to add in as well, before we take questions.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Turner. Before you jump in, Commissioner Ahmed, what I'd like to do is we're on our 11 o'clock hour. I'd like us to take a 15-minute break. Commissioner Turner just said a lot of exciting stuff that you guys have been doing. So over the break, fellow commissioners can think about any questions they have. We'll hear from you and Director Claypool. So at this time, we'll take our 15-minute break and come back at 11:15.
You're live, Chair.
You're on mute, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Turner. Welcome back, everyone, from break. Commissioner Ahmed, I believe we're going to pick up with you on the Data Management Subcommittee report.
Thank you. Right before she does, I need to correct. I was saying Airtool. Someone called to my attention. I wanted to make sure everyone knows we're talking about Airtable. Okay. Thanks.
Thank
Go ahead.
you.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Thank you. And that's a perfect segue into the small addition that I wanted to contribute to Commissioner Turner's thorough report out. And that is that we recognize that Airtable may not be the chosen tool by the data manager themselves, as we know many people have their preferred tools. So Airtable was an example of the type of tool that can handle all of the different inputs that we are considering for our work. And Derek Popper, who wrote that Medium article, he had actually sent over very recently, last week, he had sent over a list of additional tools that could be used for consideration. So we do have other tools that are on our radar, but I believe once we have a conversation in more detail about what that data management role will look like, that tool will come to light on its own. Dan, do you have anything else to add? I know you were in many of our calls and kind of supporting us through this process.
No, you have both reported out everything I heard. The only thing I would say about this is going back to that article about our proposed budget, this is going to be a significant reduction in what I had anticipated this to cost. So it's not only, I think, a better route for what we want to do, but it's also going to help us in our bottom line.
I have a question to the subcommittee. Do you have everything you need to move forward as far as the data? What was the position you called it? A data management person? Is everything clear for you to move forward in securing that person?
We're going to we're going to talk with both USDR and also our USDR, and also the statewide database to see if they have a recommendation on a management person to oversee, and then we'll move forward from there.
Okay. And Director Claypool, is that a role that we have already approved in the prior discussions around staffing?
No, it isn't. However, it is a role that we had in the prior commission, 2010 commission. So it should be a place where we have an established position that we can fill rather than having to try to create another position similar to what we did with the Deputy Executive Director. However, in saying that, there will be a parameter of pay that we can make in that position. So it's going to be a matter of finding the right person and determining whether or not we can match them into that pay grade, or, and this is another possibility that we had discussed, if they're affiliated with a university or in the state of California, we could go out with an interagency agreement similar to what we had talked about with the RPV analyst, and then pick them up that way. So we have options with this one. We just want to make sure that we get a person who has that skill set with whatever management tool we use, and can also manage the group that we're going to have to hire in behind them in this kind of a student set that we're talking about to do the actual input.
So my final question would be, does the subcommittee and you, Executive Director Claypool, have an ETA on when someone might be brought forward and presented to us for approval? Yes, Commissioner. Director Claypool.
I would say that that our timeline should be around the end of January. We need to spend this next the rest of the time we have in December to finalize what we want to do and confer with both the statewide database and the digital response team. And then when we have identified someone, then it's a matter of just figuring out how we can bring them aboard and come back to this commission with a recommendation. But I would hope at the end of January this position could be filled, because as we've discussed, we need to have a way to start capturing this data before we start bringing on lots of data. So that's an internal timeline, but we'll have more on December 22nd.
Perfect. Do other commissioners have questions for the subcommittee? Commissioner Fornashari.
Yeah, first up, I just want to say really well done. Very, very complex and challenging topic area. And I mean, you guys handled it well, and I think got to a great place. I just want to offer that Commissioner Taylor and I and the Security Subcommittee would offer up some help, some consultation in the job requirements when you guys are ready.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Commissioner Fornashari. Other questions? Thank you so much, Commissioner Turner and Ahmed. Moving on to Community of Interest Tool, Commissioners Tagawa and Kennedy. We can't hear you, Commissioner Kennedy. There we go.
Commissioner Kutagawa back?
I'm not sure. Would you like me to come back?
Okay.
Yes.
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. Cybersecurity Subcommittee, Commissioners Fornashari and Taylor, please.
I don't think we have anything significant to report at this point.
Okay, thank you very much.
Do you have any questions, Eric?
Okay. Troubleshooting Committee, Commissioners Anderson and myself. Commissioner Anderson, I'd like to actually propose that we sunset the Troubleshooting Committee, considering that we now have our leadership staff in place. And I think that through the subcommittees that currently exist and staff, that the things that we were working on seem to be things that have been resolved, and we really haven't had a substantive report in several meetings now. So if you have no objections to that, I'd like to, or if other commissioners don't have any objections to that, I'd like to sunset the Troubleshooting Committee today.
I would say just, we have a couple of items that we were charged with, which haven't quite finished up, but, like i.e., are we going to get the computers, that sort of thing. But that can certainly just be a general information. So I have no objection.
Does any of the other commissioners have any objections to sunsetting the Troubleshooting Committee today? Okay, so with that, we're sunsetting the Troubleshooting Committee today. So those outstanding items will make sure get addressed vis-a-vis staff moving forward. And I think the primary item that Commissioner Anderson lifted up is the biggest one, and that is when the computers will be distributed. So more to come on that. We'll expect to hear from our Director of Administration, Raul, on that process as he's shepherding it. Lessons Learned Committee, Commissioners Ahmed and Kennedy.
Commissioner Ahmed, would you like to start?
Sure. Thank you, Chair. The Lessons Learned Subcommittee has put forth a draft non-comprehensive document. It is posted online under Agenda 8M, Lessons Learned. And this document highlights some of the big bucket areas of consideration for our discussions at the end of, post-August 2021. So we did meet with, I'm going to forget her name, Stephanie at the CSA to discuss some of the considerations that we have put forth and get her perspective on just the input process of commission recruitment and the business functioning of that process, and what worked and what didn't work, and what considerations that we should be taking note of for our further discussions down the line. So if folks have additional items to add to this list, please do send those our way. We are very excited to bring these items for discussion at a later point so that we can improve the process for the future commissions. Is there anything else that you would like to add, Commissioner Kennedy?
Yeah, just the idea that this is the start of a matrix that would also, in addition to the topics and subtopics that we've presented, would also divide input into strengths, weaknesses, innovations, and recommendations, similar to a SWOT analysis that many of you may be familiar with. Strengths and weaknesses are fairly self-evident. Innovations is anything that we've done differently from the 2010 Commission, and then recommendations would be anything that we believe the 2030 Commission should do differently from how we're doing it. As Commissioner Ahmed said, this is mainly very forward-looking, something that we'll get to after we submit the final maps to the Secretary of State's office. But we want all of you to be thinking in these terms as we go forward, and we hope that this framework will provide a useful tool for you to keep track of your thoughts as we move towards that date when we can finally sit down and talk seriously about lessons learned. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners Kennedy and Ahmed. And thank you for posting that. I got a chance to review it and looks awesome. And I think this is a really good thing that we're doing in terms of really trying to clear a path to make things as easier for the next commission a decade from now. So awesome work. Any questions for the Lessons Learned Subcommittee? Commissioner Turner?
Yeah, the one thing I was thinking about, and I don't know, and thank you also to the Lessons Learned Subcommittee. I really love looking at this list and as a place to capture our thoughts. I was thinking about the feedback received that I shared and wondering, would it even go here, or how would we list this as a lessons learned? One of them was to ensure that when we roll around to the same cycle in 10 years, that the redistricting is included and I guess verbalized or marketed along with the census work, so that it doesn't look like a second set of, now let's go back out with something brand new. But would that be for, I don't know if that would be on the census side or our side, but I just want to make sure that we don't lose it in some place. It seems that the feedback I was receiving is that it seems like we did this whole big push effort, money spent, et cetera, to talk about census, and that then we know is a part of redistricting or kind of dovetails into it or is the purpose. And then we start and we go back out again like we're introducing something brand new. So I just want to name that and see if there's a place we can figure out how we can own that, or at least send that feedback forward to the Census Bureau.
Thank you, Commissioner Turner. Any other questions, comments for the Lessons Learned Subcommittee? Commissioner Akutagawa. Commissioner Akutagawa.
I'm going to turn my video off. Hopefully it'll help with the streaming. I had a similar question to Commissioner Turner. I believe I was told that there's some questions about the funding for the new commission, if we're going to try to have the new commission take part in the census, the tail end of the census outreach. So I do wonder, for later consideration, does it make sense that as we're sunsetting as a commission, that perhaps we'll need to consider taking on more of the kind of census outreach bridging role between us and the next commission if there's this budget question? And I think Director Claypool may be able to add some clarity on that.
Director Claypool?
So there are two approaches that can be made on this. The first one is that at the end of this process, you're going to be asked to go into a negotiation with the legislature and the state auditor's office and to make changes to statute, and then it will go over to the legislature and they will vote on it. And last time, that's how you were transferred away. This commission was transferred away from the state Secretary of State's office and put strictly under the purview of the state auditor's office as far as the transition went. There were 3 or 4 other items that changed in the way that the commission worked. So you could approach this and say that you would like it to change in some type of statute, that there be some linkage between the census process and the commission's process, and then they would consider that possibly in putting that with the Census Bureau's job to, at the end of their process, make sure that it coincided with your efforts, with the new commission's efforts to start. That's one process. Mary and Kari can give you more information about what's required there. But the second one is, if that didn't get in, and there's a high possibility that it wouldn't, that it might be too much linkage, they might consider it kind of a bridge bridging too far, then you as a commission could wait until those efforts started, and then you could start advancing the idea that there be some linkage early in the census process when we get to that point in 10 years. So there are probably other ways to do that, but those are the 2 that come to mind to me right now.
Thank you for that, Director Claypool. Any other questions or comments on this topic? Thank you so much, Lessons Learned Subcommittee. I'd like to go back to our COI tool, or Communities of Interest tool, Subcommittee, Commissioners Akutagawa and Kennedy.
Commissioner Akutagawa, would you like to start?
Actually, Commissioner Kennedy, I'm going to defer to you on this one.
Okay. The one outstanding issue that we have that we still need to give a response to statewide database on is whether or not we are going to set up a .ca.gov address for the Communities of Interest tool, or whether we are going to just leave the addressing of the tool with them. We do also have a, sorry, I need to get back to a document that I had a second ago. They have been moving forward with a couple of different names. One is Draw My CA Community. They've also reserved Draw My Community and My CA Community. So recalling our earlier discussions, we wanted something that was memorable and not too long. So it would be useful to get any further input on those, but the main issue is whether or not we go with a .ca.gov URL or just leave it without that. And that ties into the cybersecurity subcommittee and whether or not by having a .ca.gov URL for the COI tool, we would have better protection in any way, or we would have stronger cybersecurity support from the state if we were to go in that direction. So I would ask the cybersecurity subcommittee for any input they have, and then ask the commission at large for their input, both on the .ca.gov question as well as on the main part of the name.
Commissioner Fornashari.
Sure. So yeah, I talked to Karin and Jamie about that, and they. So first of all, their systems are hosted by Amazon Web Services. And so, you know, they host many of the biggest e-commerce sites, you know, on the planet. So their security is, I feel comfortable that their security is very robust. Having the URL, that whether it's a .gov or not, from a security standpoint, doesn't really matter because it just points to the same place. So it's not going to give us any more security, but you know, from a credibility perspective, I think having a .gov address is important.
Commissioner Yee.
I was just shaking my head in agreement.
Okay. Thank you. Any Commissioner Anderson?
Just, you know, with the names and all this, I was just wondering if we could get Director Seha's input, because I believe consistency in the naming of the Koi tool location and our, whatever our little logo is, I believe that consistency through all that would be very important. And I really appreciate Commissioner Seha's, Director Seha, excuse me, input, please.
Director Seha? We can't hear you. No.
Maybe his laptop is muted.
Are there other commissioners that have questions or comments? Commissioner Kutagawa?
I guess maybe this is more of a question for Commissioner Fornachari. I read about the recent hack that was enacted on a number of government entities through a company called, I think, FireEye or something kind of odd like that. I don't know if California was impacted by that, and if, you know, I guess maybe there's not much that can be done, but are those things that we should be concerned about, especially as it relates to the Koi tool, even if it's hosted by Amazon Web Services?
Well, in general, I don't think there's any foolproof cybersecurity approach at all. I think that if sophisticated hackers want to hack our system wherever it is, they'll hack it. I think we just have to do the best we can. I think that, Amazon Web Services, that's their business to keep those websites up and running. And so, the incentive that they have to provide the latest and up-to-date security is, I think, really high. So, I personally feel comfortable with that outcome, or with them hosting. But cybersecurity is tough. There's just have to do the best you can. Yeah, but Commissioner Taylor, do you have any thoughts on that?
No, I agree. Of course, it has to be of concern, but you just try to address it in the best manner possible. And again, with Amazon Web Services, that happens to be one of the best. It's what they do, so we can have a little bit of faith in them, but we just try to mitigate the situation accordingly.
So, but that's something we have to think about with regard to how we're managing our data, right? We're hiring a database manager to set up a database for us and manage it. So we really need to be cognizant of where we host that data, which server, and who's managing the server. So, it's something we're going to have to work through as we go along.
Thank you, Commissioner Fornachari. Director Seha?
Thank you so much. I don't know what's going on with my computer today, but I have to restart it every time. Yes, Commissioner Anderson, on the address .ca.gov would make sense, just to be consistent and show that it is a state function, an extension of our website. As far as where that Koi tool is going to live, I think that's a conversation that we were having with the Koi tool folks, is do we set up a splash page with their own COI tool and then link it up to our website, or do we have it live on our website? And I think that's a conversation that we need to nail down. It could go either way. We still would make the COI tool available on our website if they were to have their own splash page with their own name. So that's not a problem. It's just a problem. It's just an issue of ensuring that the COI tool does live on our website, and we can make that happen either way.
Commissioner Anderson.
Thank you, Director Seha. I was actually saying, in terms of the naming, I believe Commissioner Kennedy was talking about, we've tossed around a lot of ideas, draw my community, draw California, that portion of what will it be called? Thank you for the ca.gov, but it was the first part that for consistency with our branding.
Yeah, so either of those would work. And going back to my point, if they're gonna name the COI tool or the splash page one of those names, it wouldn't be a problem connecting it to our website. So as far as, we can vet the names itself and see which one makes sense, like you said, for our branding and what we're trying to achieve with our website. But those sound good to me.
Commissioner Kennedy, how would you like to proceed in closing the loop on the name recommendation if they're waiting for us to give them some feedback, as well as the ca.gov?
I would like to have an opportunity to speak with Commissioner Kutagawa about that, and then we can finalize our recommendations and come back with those either before the end of this meeting or on the 22nd, but it would be a very brief discussion at that point.
Okay, can you try to do that by the end of this meeting, as there are no subcommittee reports slated for the 22nd meeting? Commissioner Turner.
Very good.
Just wanted to thank you, Chair. Ask Commissioner Kennedy real quick on the suggestions that you gave earlier. The ones that included community, all of them was having it spelled all the way out. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions, comments for the COI tool subcommittee? Okay, thank you very much. We're going to move on to item 9 on our agenda. It is 11:43. That gives us about an hour and 2 minutes to dedicate to getting the conversation started. So we could either do that, or we could jump to item number 10, which will probably take about 30 minutes, or maybe not even that long, and handle the 2 policies. I'm open to suggestions, and I probably could do this by a quick show of hands. Would you like to jump right into the line drawer RFP? Oh, you know what? I'm sorry. Let's move on to number 9. Ignore all of that other verbiage. We're going to move to number 9 with Commissioners Anderson and Sadwani.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Lamont. Thank you to the Data Management Subcommittee. That really brought this discussion to a very, very focal point. And I believe, the only items that were up for discussion is this delineation between what the line drawer does and what the data manager will do. And I think for everyone's understanding of how this works, could Director Claypool, could you please bring up your wire diagram, I believe you call it, and if you could maybe even just, or I could quickly walk through it, or if you'd like to, and the idea being all the information that's coming in, where is it going? So therefore, it's very obvious who is handling what. And as long as the commission sort of says, yes, that is our understanding, then I believe everything will fall in place as far as this matter. And then there are 2 other side matters for it. So if that would, Director Claypool, is that okay?
I am asking Christian first if he can bring it up, because he'll do a far better job than I will.
Okay, it also is one of the handouts. If everyone can look at it, it is, I can't remember exactly what it's titled.
It is.
Data management flowchart 1209 VB posting.
Right.
Before posting. So if everyone wants to pull that up, or if we could have it on screen, that way I think the public would see what was going on.
Yes. Hang on, we're working
Christian,
on it.
are you going to be able to bring that up?
Yes, he will.
Okay, great. Commissioners, once the a screen share happens, of course, it goes down to a very small window of my being able to see who would like to speak. So if you could use the hand raising function, I can see that in my side view. It'll help facilitate making sure that you're able to add your comments as long as the screen is being shared.
While we're waiting for that, I might just say, because the commissioners, I believe, have the document itself. Basically, the idea is the blue are items that, oh, there we go. And if you could scroll up, please. Yeah, there we go.
Thank you, Christian. It's going to have to be a...
Well,
can you make it larger, Christian? And can you just show the image without all of the...
Yeah, just a second.
Excel formula?
Jesse will help you with the Zoom. Stand by.
Okay, thank you.
Just basically, though, for the public's viewing, we have 3 circles over on the left. 2 are orange, 1 is blue. Those circles or ovals represent information that's coming in from the public. The first bubble, the first oval, is communications directly into the commission itself via fax, phone call, public comment, something like that. The second orange oval is information coming in to the commission through public meetings. And then the blue oval is information that's put into the COI tool. And then what happens with that information is then proceeding down the chart. Again, going on the left, anything coming into the office will include 2 different types of information. Basically, some people might actually write in an acceptable, they might bring a map. This is being their COI tool, their community of interest, a picture of their community of interest. What do they want redistricting? If it is in the form of an actually a GIS compatible file, that will go all the way, essentially it will be going over to the line drawer. If it's all verbiage, as we might just say, it's I'd like you to do this, or it's on a napkin or something like that, that would drop down into, say, the top, there's the rectangle top and a bottom on both of it. The top of the rectangles are essentially GIS formats. And this is for like maps. If something comes in directly from the public and the first oval drops down, oh, that is indeed a map, it will ultimately go over to our line drawers, essentially. The information that does not will go down, and then it will be handled by our data manager. Then if you're moving over to the public commission meeting, the second orange oval, dropping down below that, in that public meeting, that's when the line drawer would be there. And anything they take in, obviously, is compatible with their GIS format. They would be taking that directly to themselves. Anything that also comes in, which is is verbiage, is I just want this, or people walk away, they don't actually draw a map, they won't give information enough such that a map can be drawn, that also will be handled by the data manager. Then the blue, following the blue oval down, anything comes into the COI tool. That is, will be sent from the COI tool to either us and or directly to the line drawer. Either way, that's at our discretion, but all that information would go to the line drawer because it's maps, essentially. The only item that would come down to our group, to the commission, is if some of those COIs are in a different language and therefore they need to be translated, then we would have to translate that. And again, that information would, if it's just the part that is also associated with a file, that will ultimately then go back to the line drawer as is translated. So then dropping down, that's the nice little triangle there, or not triangle, diamond, is what the data manager would be doing, the converting, coding, translating, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, putting it all into a nice large oval of data. And then going up on the right, further over, the large blue oval is everything that the line drawer has. That will be all the files from which the line drawer can actually produce any maps that we would like and begin the line drawing process. And then you'll notice dropping down the commission. And we have connections to all of this. So are there any questions on that? And is that basically everyone's kind of understanding?
I can't see. Can we get rid of the image now that we've walked through it? Director Claypool, please. Your hands up. Director Claypool.
So one possible caveat to what you just saw on that wire diagram, and you probably all have it up on your screens already, is that if we have to put everything onto our website, then there would also obviously that line to the commission would also be aligned to the commission's website so that we could post it there. So,
Commissioner Fornashari.
Sure. So in my conversation with Karin and Jamie the other day, I just want to be clear that we the folks, the data management folks in the line drawer understand this. Their vision is to upload periodically, batch upload the data from the COI tool to a database that we manage. And then we review the input and filter out whichever input that we aren't going to use, whatever the criteria we use for filtering it. And then the information we decide we're going to be using, we're going to be using for drawing lines, then that information will go to the line drawer. So it's kind of a slightly different picture than you got there. So I just wanted to be clear that we understand that.
Thank you, Commissioner Fornashari. Commissioner Sinai. I see you, Commissioner Turner.
Thank you. There's a couple of typos, but I'll just email them. But I wanted to make sure on the first orange bubble where we say commission communications, we kind of felt we had this challenge too because we haven't quite approved the communications, and so I had followed up with the data management team to see if we had agreed what they would be. So all those are written, and so I just want to make sure that if we're going to put anything in there, that we either broaden it or that we just leave it open to be determined, just so that folks know that we're still working through that piece. On
Commissioner Sinai, could you expand on that? What are you saying there?
Sure. So in that first bubble, my understanding, I left the meeting last time thinking that we had agreed that all information was going to come in either our website, public comment, public meetings, or there was a fourth one that I can't remember. And when I followed up to understand if we had already agreed on what the data input was going to be, the approved data input we were accepting, Commissioner Ahmad said, we're still working on that. I'm not, we don't have approval. So I may have misunderstood that piece. And so I just want to be careful. What's hard is as we're building anything, any plan or any map or any, not map, visual, that we go back to what has been approved or what's not been approved, just so that we're consistently giving out the same message. And so that was my piece. Hopefully that's a little more clear.
Thank you for that. Can you reintroduce that in item 11? Because that would be an opportunity to clarify that as it relates to, especially that cross-sectional aspect of the conversation. I'm gonna have Commissioner Turner, and then we'll go to Director Seha.
I have one other issue. Sorry, one other question.
Sure.
We're on the COI tool on the third bullet. Wouldn't it be better just to call it the COI tool and take out the statewide database, because it is a CRC tool? They're building it for us, so it's important for us, for the community to know that it's ours versus it's someone else's and it's coming to us.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Turner.
Thank you, Chair. Wanting to respond to Commissioner Fornashari, we absolutely did not understand that the COI tool would in turn send data to a data management tool. That's outside of anything I believe that I've been exposed to or was expecting, and it is not how we've designed the process. The COI tool primary use, in addition, was to help the line drawers be able to draw maps. And with our help, Commissioner Anderson, yes, with our help, etc. But I did not see the COI tool sending information into a data management tool. We talked about the compatibility of both. Should we need to send perhaps information through a data management tool into anything that could be formatted into a shapefile or GIS, but not the other way around. And so we've not designed the process to hold GIS data or maps from the COI tool into our data management tool. They were to work in conjunction with each other. The data manager would be taking all of the verbiage, any of the non-GIS information there to be able to help us interpret it. We would have access to pull it, to look at it, to round out any information. But the COI tool was to be used solely by the COI tool, in other words, was not supposed to send information to data management. So I just wanted to state that and see where does that take us from here.
Thank you for that, Commissioner Turner. I just want to add that that my understanding equals that of Commissioner Turner. So it sounds like we definitely need to get some clarity as to the expectations of the COI tool. And I don't know if the COI subcommittee has some understanding or can speak to this. Commissioner Anderson?
I will let, if Commissioner Kennedy or Commissioner Akutagawa, I believe it is, about the COI tool, if they want to speak first, but otherwise I can definitely go into what exactly is going on with the COI tool in terms of output. So if Commissioner Kennedy or if the COI tool subcommittee wants to say anything first, otherwise I'll be happy to go.
Commissioner Kennedy, do you have anything to add here? Okay, go ahead,
No,
Commissioner
go
Anderson.
Okay. Commissioner Forciari is absolutely correct. The COI tool is it is an input only with the statewide database, and Commissioner Sinai said yes, it is considered our tool. The public can go into that, however they access it, and they will create a document. And the tool itself creates several files. One of which is a PDF, which is a picture of what they've drawn. One of which is a it's a CVS file. It's a map compatible, GIS compatible, and there's also a essentially a text file that is embedded with those. So for the line drawer, anyway, so though that's what it creates. Then they are planning. The COI tool plans to export in groups, let's say nice little cache. When they get a certain number, they will then forward those to someone to use. The someone would either be us or a line drawer or a combination of both. But it is they're not storing that. I mean, they're storing it, but they're not doing anything further with it. And we may not then go into that to use. It comes out of there. This is a security divide. So their output is what we will get. And we can say, no, we want all that output to go to our line drawer, or we want all that output to go to us, or we want the PDFs to go to our data management, and we want the other portion to go to our line drawer. And the issue is here, how when the public, there are two issues. One is who manages it. What do we want to do with it? And in terms of what do we want to do with it, we obviously want to make maps. We also have an obligation to let the public know what we're doing, or that they've sent something in. And then this is where I believe Commissioner Sinai mentioned, or I'm not quite sure who mentioned it, the idea of putting a map out such that each COI tool is represented by a map of California, such that each COI that has been created is a little dot on that. And then where would that be hosted? And these are the issues that we have to decide on, because someone needs to hold on to that. That is not the statewide database managing that. So, and in our wire diagram, basically all the information from the COI tool was being exported, we decided, to the line drawer. So essentially, then it would be up to them to then export or create some sort of map. And there is this overlap of the PDFs. Are we trying to put those on so the public can look as a public comment on our website? I think that is an easy thing that we could go into our data managing world, because what else are they sorting, sort of, in that sort of thing. But that's an idea. But that is what's happening. It is not being stored, the data, the statewide database, and then our line drawer is just taking from that database. So there is a need for a landing spot for this data.
Thank you for that, Commissioner Anderson. What I'd like to do, hopefully, is redirect this conversation back to the needs of the line drawers RFP. And this portion of the conversation, I think, has a life at number 11. So if there's no objection to that, Commissioner Sadwani.
So actually, to that specific point, right, as Commissioner Anderson laid out, this is germane to the line drawer RFP, in that if we want the line drawer, whoever that person or entity would be, to create such a system, to organize all of this, to be able to analyze it, right, then we need to include it in the RFP. However, if we as the commission say, no, we want some external data management of it, then we need to know that to keep it out of the RFP, right? it likely would have an additional cost. Well, for sure will have an additional cost. And therefore we need to know whether or not it is the intention of the commission to have a line drawer be able to manage this. While the map idea with the little dots would be beautiful and really helpful, I don't know if we'll find a line drawer who's able to do that or not. So I think we do need that direction in order to move this portion of it forward.
Thank you. Commissioner Kutagawa?
So I just want to say that my understanding is similar to what Commissioner Anderson just laid out. And that was part of my understanding of the reason for the data management subcommittee is to figure out what are we going to do with all of this data that is going to be collected, of which the communities of interest tool that the statewide database is creating for us. What are we going to do with all this data that does also include data coming from that particular tool? I would advise that we data instead of just turning it over to a line drawer, partly because I think we should maintain some control of the data that we receive, and that means that that should be included in our database or our data management system.
Okay, thank you for that. Commissioner Turner, then Commissioner Yee.
The statewide database is creating a tool that they actually don't hold in a database. I don't know. I'm not sure where the statewide database is creating a COI tool that the line drawers need. Let me wait and see where the conversation goes. I'll wait. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Turner. Commissioner Yee.
Yes, thank you. So as I understand it, so in 2010, so much of the input came from public testimony at the 34 meetings, and it was very challenging to, do something with that because they didn't have a full data management, system in place to record, analyze, categorize, all that. And that was kind of the original impetus for our interest in getting a data management piece added to our capability. They also did not have the COI tool, right? They had some limited sites where people could go visit and play with a computer and draw something, but yeah, that was not widely used. Here we have the COI tool, we'll have the COI tool, which let's imagine could generate half the input that we get from the public, right? If it's widely deployed. So I think it surprises me that we weren't thinking that COI tool output would go to data management, because that's so much of the public input that we're getting. And wouldn't we want that correlated? Wouldn't we want all the input from the public about Fresno, whether it came from public testimony, COI tool, written submissions, wouldn't we want that all in one place so that we can go to it and see it all together? Because it really, for us, it shouldn't matter kind of where the info came from, right? As we're, if this is the meeting where we're going to talk about Fresno, we should just have all the Fresno info kind of all together in one place where we can look at it and consider it. It doesn't really matter how it got to us. It should be in one place. So I can see why technically data management may not have thought that it would be taking the input from the COI tool, but conceptually, wouldn't we want all that data to come together in one place? That would be my expectation.
I'd like to make a comment, and then I'll go to Commissioner Turner and then Director Claypool. I sort of am along the line of the logic, or at least I think along the line of the logic that Commissioner Turner was alluding to. And that is, if the statewide database, who manages all kinds of data and stores all kinds of data, that's number one. So this is not someone who just built an input tool for someone, in my mind, just based on the nature of the work that they do. So the thinking was that, yes, they would be taking in this COI tool data, using the COI tool to take in this data but it would be housed in a database that we could certainly access. We could approve access to the line drawer that we ultimately bring on to that data. So it's just about where the data sat, right? And where it's housed and how it's organized. So we would have complete access to it. It's our own data. And when we were ready to archive that data, we could secure it all in one chunk and put it in an archive, which would be different than how we're using it for the line drawing process. So whether it's all housed in one place during the actual process is, to me, not a given. You can draw data from multiple sources for a process for a particular outcome. And so I'll just say that that was my logic, is that we would be pulling from the data from our data management team, which was initially introduced, and I might have missed this, but it was initially introduced to manage anecdotal data in particular, because there was a lot of anecdotal data received that was ultimately unable to be processed. It was very difficult to organize it, store it, et cetera. And so that was really, in terms of what I recall, when Director Claypool introduced that need and that gap, that was sort of the impetus. And then as we had all other conversations, is expanded when we found out, I guess some people already knew we had to translate all of the other languages on the back end. I recall being in shock that that was something that we were supposed to do. So that became one of the tasks that this data management team was going to have to be responsible for as well, or find a vendor or something. So now it sounds like we're clarifying that basically the statewide database is only going to take that in and give it to us. They have no intentions of storing it and have no intentions of giving us a two-way street to accessing that data once they've received it. They'll receive it, and in cash batches, they will forward it to us to do with what we want. So I'm just trying to sort out what I think I hear. I think with that, I said I was going to go to Commissioner Turner and then Director Claypool, and then Commissioner Kitagawa.
And I'm glad you went that route to just kind of help me solidify in my mind, because yes, I am totally taken aback that the that our statewide database is not going to control that information. So one of the challenges that we have in meeting in separate subcommittees and getting information piece parted is that it's really easy to have this train kind of derail. And so I am glad we're having the conversation here. And of course, we can do anything. We're the 2020 commissioners, right? So, but we need to determine what it is. So we started out with a task that I believed was to create a tool, is what Commissioner Ahmad and myself walked away with, create a tool that will be able to house any and everything, be able to take in the COI tool as one piece of one trail of information. But in addition to that, we talked about videos and pictures and emails and drawings and public testimony and all of these various forms. And we went off and we met with 6, 7, 8 different people and told them our task. And from that point, we received counsel from all of them saying this is really broad and you absolutely can do it for perhaps $3-4 million, $5 million, or you will have people that will tell you they can do it and they really won't deliver ultimately. And because you have it so big, how do you get so far down the trail and then determine, oops, they promised this but can't deliver? Do you unhire them or fire them at this point and start over? Because of course, like everything, failure is not an option. So through the conversations we had and then coming back before this body, we determined that the recommendation is that this really is larger than it should be and should not be trusted in one or hosted in one particular place. Through conversations, we determined, you know what, matter of factly, the COI tool with the GIS and the shape files and what have you will be able to house that information and the line drawers. At one point, I thought the counsel we received or through one of our subcommittees said that the line drawers would not even be looking at non-GIS information. And that would be up to us to look at it. So if they're not going to look at it, then they certainly don't need it. And again, not thinking in terms of the line drawers not having access directly to the COI tool, or that it would go away or cease to exist on the statewide database, that we would now need to own and hold and control that. So we came back with the recommendation that then got really clear, at least for the moment in our minds, that said, you know what, if we now come up with a tool, the Airtable is one, there are several others, that can take on all of the anecdotal, all of the verbiage, the testimony that is non-GIS, non-shapefile related, that really can be categorized and can be, you can do all kind of ad hoc reports to pull by city. And the information can be matched with what the line drawers is telling us that they've received. Easily accessible. So we talked about perhaps being compatible if need be, but not necessarily. So I don't know where we missed it, on what conversation I missed that said that the statewide database was only going to send clumps of information to us, and that they were going to cease to maintain it or hold it. That does come as a surprise. I'm sorry to report for me and our subcommittee. It was not what we heard or designed. And I would have a question of the statewide database to why aren't they maintaining this with all of the other database? I mean, it's in their name. And so, yeah, so what I'm still hoping is that for the data management, what we wanted them to do is to be the person on our team that managed the information primarily non-GIS, and ensure that it was working in conjunction with, that nothing was hitting the ground, that all information was being input. And as far as the language piece, we took testimony that said that no data system or tool should do any translation, that indeed we needed to have languages, whichever we choose, interpreted before we try and either have it input into a COI tool if it's mapping, or before we try and categorize it in a tool such as Airtable. So that's kind of where we are and where I am with the information and what my belief was. Thanks.
Okay, I have Director Claypool, then Akutagawa, Fornashari, and Sinai. Director Claypool.
Thank you. So first of all, it's helpful to remember kind of the genesis of the COI tool. It's a requirement that the legislature enter into a joint project with this commission to supply line drawing capabilities to the public. And so they developed this COI tool so that the public could indeed do line drawing. I had heard in our past conversations that the information would be transferred across to us from the statewide database so that we could then incorporate it into the line drawing process. And we had the conversations about, as well as about translation. The next thing I'd like to think about is that there is no difference between our line drawer and us. Once we hire our line drawer, that database that they keep is our database. Whatever they're keeping, we own it. That's our product. That's what comes in. And so I'd like to think of the line drawer originally as it was conceived in this line drawing as being more of, that's one database that we're going to maintain through our line drawer, and they're going to use it to help us put together the maps that and iterations of the maps, or whatever you want to call them, so that we can do the line drawing. And then down under the data management piece that we were looking at, we're also going to have our own management system, whether it's through Airtable or whatever proprietary software we choose to use, where we convert things that don't fit. We always use our napkin example, but also to have our storage and have a place where we can query, and then our line drawer, we can use it with our line drawer, or our line drawer can come to it as well. So we're using both our databases that we own. Now we have this third component that our legal team is going to have to tell us about, and that's whether or not we have to post everything that comes out of the COI tool. And that, if that's the case, then we're going to have to expand our system to be able to link a lot of this information that our data manager is going to take in and link it to our website so that we can let the public see their own posting, and then also see what others are posting. I think they're all part and parcel. I think what we're talking about is just where we're maintaining information and how much we're maintaining there, and that we're going to have the system similar to the 2010, the system we had, but significantly more sophisticated. Airtable will give us that level of sophistication. But in the end, we own everything that's in these two databases, and so they are part and parcel us. The last thing I'd like to say is I don't know that the statewide database is necessarily not going to store all the stuff that comes off the COI tool. That's a question we have to ask them. I just remember in my conversations that they were going to transfer that to us because that was the only way that information was going to be able to go public, and the only way that people would be able to see what they were going to do. So I think that what we want to do and all the things we're talking about fit under this diagram. It's just how much we're going to have to do on the data management end ourselves, and that will be directly affected by what our legal team tells us we have to post. That's all.
Thank you for that, Director Claypool. Commissioner Kutagawa.
Thank you, Director Claypool. That was actually very, very helpful. I think the only thing that I would just then add is my understanding about all of the data, including the COI tool data, and I think this is what Commissioner Turner is still saying, that all of the data would be collected in one place so that analysis could take place. And I think that's similar to what Commissioner Yee was also saying. But it sounds like the statewide database is still going to hold the data. I mean, it's not like they're just going to get rid of it once they turn it over to us. But my understanding was that it would all be consolidated into one major place so that we would have everything together so that there would be other data analysis that could be conducted, whether it's by the line drawer or whoever else, whether it's us or whoever else would need to look at it.
I guess I want to have a clarity point on that. So Commissioner Yee and Commissioner Kutagawa just mentioned this idea of all in one place. And I think when I'm talking about it more about accessibility as opposed to whether it all sits in one bucket or multiple buckets. So I think that might be an important clarity point. With what Director Claypool just said, it sounds like it's able to sit in any number of buckets, all the buckets we own, and it doesn't have to quote unquote sit in one bucket. And that's what the one place is, the one bucket that I'm pushing back on. Like there's any number of buckets it might be, they're all our buckets, but we should be able to access them in direct access wherever we want to. So I am adding to the list Commissioner Sadwani and Commissioner Ahmed, and I will go to Commissioner Fornashari.
Sure. So a couple things. First of all, it's all just data, right? Doesn't matter. It's all data. It's all ones and zeros. If we can build a database that's going to intake, something written on a piece of paper, we can build a database to store all the data from the COI tool. Okay, it's not a big stretch to do all of that and have it all in one place. And if it's not all in one place, that's fine too. But we do need to remember that we need to, in some way, review all that COI data, make sure it's all valid data, make sure we want to use it. We have to. I imagine there's probably some analysis we want to do on that data. So I think from a convenience standpoint, it would be better if it was a database that was managed by us. But it could be more than one database as long as we all had access to it. But I just, the point I want to make though is, I think we're on the right path here. I think hiring a person, a data management person, is the right answer. And that person, if they can build the database that we were talking about, they can build another database or the same database to store all the data from the COI tool, and then we would be able to mine that data and access that data in a pretty straightforward way.
Commissioner Sinai.
I don't want to complicate things, but I was thinking I'm thinking on the back end when this process is coming to a close, and where do we put that data? That's the same issue that the census is having a conversation around right now with their big tool and all the information they collected with the SWORD tool. And so I don't know if it makes sense for staff to speak with census, see where they're falling on in that, and we piggyback on that contract or whatever. But again, this is where the census is behind us, but there may be some linkages on how we do this type of connecting.
Commissioner Anderson.
Oh, thanks. I wasn't sure I was on the list. Thank you, Director Claypool. I think you put things in very, very, very concise order. And Commissioner Fornashari, you're absolutely right. This is all data. And so the only thing that my preference would be on that little, on our chart, our bubbles, is I believe the COI tool, which is the blue, as it drops down, that entire rectangle below it should be orange, which means it first comes, everything from statewide database COI tool directly comes to us, and then we can ship off all the GIS to our line drawer that we want, and then we have it. So it's exactly as Commissioner Fornashari said and Director Claypool said. Basically, we need to at some point figure out are the COIs all legitimate? They're not. How do they fit together? That sort of thing. That analysis part has to happen. It would be easier if we just, it's all in one place. We don't need to actually get it delivered over to us from a contractor. But we're only taking a small portion of that COI tool information that we would then continually use, which I believe would be the PDFs. And the GIS essentially we'd send off to the line drawers because they need it to draw. And I believe that's the only distinction here. And it is very straightforward. The air table, whatever, could put all this information together. I believe it all works together very well. This is not as complicated as we're all sort of seeming to make it. And as far as the line drawing, I'm tying it back now to what we need for the line drawing RFP, is the line drawer would indeed be responsible for collecting all the GIS files, whether they be from us, from the, say, hey, make sure the statewide database, make sure that you are sending us the files. We can do that however the commission decides. And then they will help us along the way. They're collecting that information. If we want the line drawer to help us do a little coding to help us put this, the COI tools on a symbol of the state of California and put little dots in it where they are, we could have them ask specifically, can you write that little program for us? And they can do that. GIS, it'll just repopulate. That part could be on our website. That's a separate item. And then the other item would be when we'd like to have full maps of, before we do any line drawing, we'd like to see everything. And the line drawer could indeed pull this information together and put it on a map. Then we could post what that map looks like on our website. So that's the information I think that we need from the line drawer. And I don't believe that then how we do the data management, how it all fits together, the people inputting it into the Airtable, I think is totally consistent, and then we analyze it. And I don't believe there's any confusion in that in terms of who is responsible for what. I think that's kind of a very clear delineation.
Thank you for that, Commissioner Anderson. Commissioner Sadwani, next. I do have a question I'd like to insert in here because it's directed to the subcommittee of Anderson and Sadwani. So Commissioner Anderson just laid out clarity, yet it feels like the subcommittee doesn't have what it needs to move forward with the RFP. So if between the two of you, if you could help us understand what you really need us to do so that you indeed have clarity, because it doesn't, on one hand, it's illustrated as it's very clear and it's very simple and it's just data. But then on the other hand, we still need check boxes checked that aren't checked, and we still have discussion to have to get clear on getting you where you want to go. So, of course, please make whatever comments around the data and all that stuff that we're talking about now. But if you could really help guide this discussion toward getting the clarity you need to move forward so that you can get your RFP completed and ready would be wonderful. So, Commissioner Sadwani.
You know, I see Commissioner Anderson raising her hand, and I have to say, actually, when Director Claypool kind of laid out the line drawers are a part of the commission, the COI tool data can go directly to the line drawers and they can help manage all of this for us. And yet that is our proprietary data. We will hold it. That made a lot of sense to me. But I'm wondering if I can give my time back to Commissioner Anderson. I do still have a couple other thoughts, but I actually didn't understand what you just said, Commissioner Anderson. You were talking about we would take the data and then we will give it to the line drawer. That's very different from what Director Claypool had actually just said. So maybe you can clarify that. My understanding was aligned with what Director Claypool had just said previously, that the COI tool data would go to our line drawer. They would organize this database on our behalf. We would own that database, and we would need to come up with some plan at the end of this entire process for that data to be stored for public record, right? But if that is not what you had just said, then if you could please clarify.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Sadwani, for putting it like that. Obviously it wasn't clear what I said, and my point is absolutely the GIS data that is indeed going over to our line drawer, who will be storing all of it for us. My delineation here is I want to make sure that we're not saying, and the line drawer is going to take all the PDFs and put those into a data management system for us, so that the line drawer is now managing a whole bunch of data, which really they're not going to be using for their line drawing purposes. That's really only for us. That's the delineation. So, and that's why I said if the download of pack that comes from the COI, if it came through us, we pulled the PDF out, sent the rest of the line drawer. If that was the cleanest, otherwise it's the other way around. It goes from the statewide database to the line drawer. They pull the PDFs out and send them to us. But what I don't want is I don't want the line drawer now having to manage a bunch of information that we're using. They're not going to be using at all. So that was the.
I see. Chair Lamont, may I?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you. So that makes perfect sense, actually, when in the delineation of PDFs. So I think the piece then that will need to be determined at some point in time, and it doesn't necessarily need to impede the RFP moving forward, is where we will take those PDFs and who will actually be putting them onto the website, and how we will have the web capacity to store that much information, because it will potentially be a whole lot. So I would perhaps ask Director Seha to assist us with that piece as it relates to the website. I believe Marion had previously said to us that yes, indeed, if we receive COI maps, they need to be made publicly available. They are public comment. And as with all public comment, we have to make that available. So that is a piece that we will have to decide. And I think, to me, the cleanest way is if the statewide database, if it's possible for them to create two places, right, that they're sending PDFs in one direction and the shape files from GIS to our line drawer directly. That would make perfect sense. My other point that I originally wanted to make, however, was actually going back to something Commissioner Fornashari had mentioned about the data manager, that individual who we would hire to help manage that anecdotal data coming in, perhaps using Airtable or something else like it. I actually, Commissioner Fornashari and I had a short conversation about this idea previously this week. I think I just wanted to uplift this idea. I certainly support the hiring of a data manager and relating staff. If there is a need for students, for people to input, I'm happy to help with that. I have access to a whole lot of really great ones. But I think the key piece is that person, that data manager, should be at a high enough level to help us both coordinate with the line drawer so that we can ensure that there's some connectivity between the anecdotal piece and those shape files, as well as have the ability to provide some of this analysis. I think that we can all envision a perfect world where we're going to have a beautiful tool where we could click on a map and we'll pull up all of the COI tool and all of the anecdotal pieces and all of these things. And I hope for 2030 that they are able to do that. I'm going to cross my fingers we can do it for 2020. But if we don't get to that, I think we can still survive. I think we can still move forward with our process and utilize a lot of the information coming to us. And I think making sure that data manager has the highest possible level of skills to help us facilitate that process would be really important. So I think that the hiring of that person is extraordinarily important for that connectivity.
Thank you, Commissioner Sartwani. We have about 8 minutes before we're going to break for lunch. I have a couple people in the queue, Commissioners Ahmed and Turner. So I just wanted to do a little time check there to give people a chance, and Director Seha. So with that, Commissioner Ahmed.
Pass.
Commissioner Turner.
I'll pass.
Director Seha.
Awesome, thank you. So as far as capacity for the website to hold PDF documents, we have unlimited capacity to hold documents, so we can do that. As we're having this conversation, a little voice in my head keeps ringing, and it's Commissioner Kennedy. In previous conversations, he's told us that the information that we get from COI tool and everything else will have to go to the commission itself, not necessarily the line drawer, because you're going to be drawing the lines, and the line drawer is simply going to be drawing the lines based on whatever capacity you all decide the line should be. So that I just wanted to mention that because that's stuck in my head. And as far as a data manager, I completely agree. I think that's a great idea because as I start to take all the messages from online that come in with questions or even public comment about where they want to see the lines, will someone on staff be available to email back and say, hey, thank you for your comment on you need to keep Los Angeles together. What does that mean? Can you draw it on this COI tool that we have on our website? Who will be that person on staff to do that, to get more precise information? And if a shapefile is the end goal, that we need somebody on staff to be able to do that, to take them there.
Commissioner Yee, then Director Claypool.
Somehow I'm still not clear. So the COI tool, let's say in March we get 5,000 COI tool submissions, and each of those submissions has a PDF file and a shapefile. Who does what with that? Who looks through those PDFs and figures out what part of the state, each one refers to, and tags it for that part of the state so it can be retrieved. When we get to Fresno, here's all the Fresno submissions. Who figures out whether 200 of them are actually identical and were a form submission and, it's still legit, but we want to know that? Who does that level of processing? Is that the data manager? The shapefiles all go to the line drawer, we're saying. What does the line drawer do with them? The line drawer acts on our behalf. So they get these 5,000 shapefiles and does what with them? With the raw data? I don't understand. Yeah, it's easy for them because they speak the same shapefile language, but the line drawer acts on our behalf, right? So it's like there's a level of analysis and processing there that needs to happen that isn't the line drawer's responsibility, I don't think. So I'm still confused. Sorry, was I on mute for all of that? No.
No.
Okay. So that's all. So confused.
Director Claypool?
So similarly to the way the line drawer will take in your data at a public meeting, and it'll get coded there as being in Fresno at this time, this person, and will take information. I was under the impression that what the COI, what the statewide database was asking us when we were asking for the things that we wanted people to fill in was a perfected measure of coding, so that it can also be brought in the same way and attached to Fresno. Where's your neighborhood? The rest of that, so that they would bring it in the same way and use it in the same way. We have this many statements about Fresno, and it looks, the COI information looks like this. So was my understanding of the way the COI would come in. Who stores it and who looks at it? Well, a data manager is going to have a team of either students or whomever is going to be doing this work. To Director Ceja's question, if there's additional information that needed to be taken in, I would assume that person handling it at one point would say, I don't have enough here, and the data manager would tell that person, send an email back and ask them if they can give you additional information. So I see the data management as being in that vein of managing that data and making sure that it comes to some form that can be utilized by our line drawer and by this commission as you're making your decisions. It's a little bit more to Commissioner Sadwani's statement that then we would also ask this person to be an analyst as well. It's going to have to be an awfully specialized person. I'm not sure if that's a separate thing that we might want, or whether we could get somebody who could encompass that many talents. But that's my statement on that.
Commissioner Kutagawa.
Yes, thank you, Director Claypool. That was what I was also thinking about. I think along the lines of what Commissioner Yee was saying, again, I just want to say when we first enacted this subcommittee, and I'm only speaking up on this because I was the chair at the time, that was my understanding what Commissioner Yee expressed. Director Claypool, this is also partially based on our conversations about the reams of data that the 2010 Commission received. I think we've already talked about just, the differences between what we have and what they had. But I think either way, we're still talking about what are we going to do with all this data, not just collect it, but how do we process it in such a way that we can use something out of that data. And that's what I think us as a commission needs. I mean, we're not going to sort through all those, reams and reams of different kinds of data, no matter how it's going to be stored. I do wonder, though, based on what Director Claypool just said, whether or not, I know this complicates things more, but my thought is that we do need somebody who's going to be a little bit more capable of maybe some level, I don't know if it's some level of analysis, but I mean, we don't need just somebody who's basically going to make sure that our systems are maintained and that we have the right database tool. I think that the level of skill and I think ability to think analytically and critically about what the data is going to do is a different level of skill than just somebody who's just going to make sure systems are maintained. And while there may need to be then maybe someone else that can provide more specialized analysis, maybe this is coming back to the line drawer. Maybe that's where the line drawer will need to take part in that more specialized analysis because they'll know what to do with the data. But we will need somebody who's going to be our data manager who is going to be, I think, at a higher level of skill in terms of what to do with
Thank you for that,
data.
Commissioner Kutagawa. With that, we're going to break for lunch. Ponder this discussion. We'll pick it up after lunch. If the subcommittee on this item can walk us through the final steps to make sure that they got what they needed from this discussion before we go to public comment, that would be great because we've talked about a lot this morning, and I'd like to spend a few minutes just wrapping this up before we go to public comment, which is a little bit different than we usually go right to public comment. But I'd like them to be able to talk not only about this, but anything that's happened this morning. So enjoy your lunch, and we'll see you all back at 1:45. Hi, welcome back, everyone. I hope everyone had a really lovely lunch. Prior to us breaking for lunch, I mentioned that we were going to do sort of a summary and wrap up of number 9 prior to going into public comment. However, we will go directly into public comment. I understand we have people queued up, and I don't want to have the public wait any longer than necessary, and we will then continue after that. So, Jesse, if you could introduce our first caller, invite them in.
In order to maximize transparency and public participation in our process, the commissioners will be taking public comment by phone. To call in, dial the telephone number provided on the live stream feed. The telephone number is 877-853-5247. When prompted, enter the meeting ID number provided on the live stream feed. It is 939-8946-6294. For this week's meeting. When prompted to enter a participant ID, simply press pound. Once you have dialed in, you will be placed in a queue from which a moderator will begin unmuting callers to submit their comment. You will also hear an automated message to press *9. Please do this to raise your hand, indicating you wish to comment. When it is your turn to speak, the moderator will unmute you and you will hear an automated message that says, "The host would like you to talk," and to press *6 to speak. Please make sure to mute your computer or live stream audio to prevent any feedback or distortion during your call. Once you're waiting in the queue, be alert for when it is your turn to speak, and again, please turn down the live stream volume. These instructions are also located on the website. The Commission is taking public comment at this time. Good afternoon, caller. Could you please state and spell your name for the record, please?
Yes, my name is Sarah Betty. That's S-A-R-A-H, and my last name is Betty, B-E-D-Y.
Thank you. Your time begins now.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Sarah Betty, and I'm a resident of Long Beach. I'd like to thank the Commission for hearing my comment. Politically, demographically, and legally, Long Beach is an integrated part of LA County and very different from Orange County. I am alarmed to hear that your Commission is considering separating Long Beach from the rest of LA County for the purpose of your outreach efforts and instead including it with Orange County. This outreach plan, if enacted, would diminish Long Beach residents' participation and representation in a process that is supposed to increase accurate representation for each community. Lumping us with a different county would inherently create bureaucratic challenges in coordinating communication, outreach, and engagement, thus decreasing participation and awareness by the people of our community. We are nearly 500,000 people who deserve full knowledge of and engagement in this process. Please do not marginalize our diverse, vibrant city. Ensure that Long Beach is included with LA County, where we truly are, in your Commission's outreach efforts so that those efforts are efficient and inform and engage the people you are hoping to reach. Thank you for the important work you're doing on behalf of Californians. That concludes my comment.
Thank you, Ms. Betty. Jesse, do we have other callers?
We do, Chair.
Continue.
Caller, if you could press *6 to unmute yourself, please. Caller with phone number ending in 6337. Could you please state?
Yes, hi. This is Rosalind Gold, Rosalind, and the last name is Gold, Gold, and I'm with the NALEO Educational Fund. And I understand that matters related to outreach and the really thoughtful strategy map that the commission put together, the draft, are going to be discussed later today. I wasn't sure whether there would be another public comment period available before that discussion starts. So I just wanted to ask the commission whether now would be a good time to share our organization's comments on that draft strategy map, or should I wait till closer time when that discussion is forthcoming?
Ms. Gold, proceed.
Great. I first of all wanted to let the commission know that together with Advancement Project California, NALEO Educational Fund co-coordinates a working group of advocates, community-based organizations, civic organizations that are working to ensure that redistricting is accessible to all of California's diverse communities, and that this working group will be getting a letter to the commission probably by first thing tomorrow morning that is going to provide our perspectives with respect to the outreach strategy map. So I just wanted to highlight the fact that that letter is forthcoming. I would like to use this time now to speak just in my capacity as NALEO Educational Fund to highlight some of the issues that have occurred to us as we have looked at the strategy map, which again was very thoughtful and thorough. So first of all, in proposed action 1 in the strategy map, the commission proposes asking staff to develop a grant-making structure to fund, quote, local groups. Now, we know there's going to be more discussion on the grant-making later, but again, we just wanted to highlight the fact that as you think about grant-making, you shouldn't necessarily frame it as just funding local groups because it's vague, and it could exclude funding for statewide or regional efforts that are in fact working with local partners. Perhaps a term like local initiatives, local efforts, right? We also explicitly suggest that the commission explicitly require these initiatives to target underrepresented communities, particularly those communities or regions where there are not a lot of outreach, engagement, or activation initiatives going on. The scope of work or related documents for that type of work with local groups should also specify that grant recipients have to demonstrate that they have worked closely with and are trusted by their target communities and have the linguistic and cultural competency needed to reach and engage their targeted communities. And then there should be some language strongly encouraging those grantees, local grantees, or whoever the grantees are, to coordinate their efforts with existing statewide and regional initiatives. Going on to the size of the grants, the strategy map indicates that the size of the commission grants are to be determined. We actually think the best solution to investing in a way that will have an impact is to maybe have different tiers of grants. Maybe a tier of small grants that would help those groups that just need funding to rent space to hold a workshop, or just needs funding for a quarter-time staffer to help them coordinate or do their redistricting work. But then maybe there could be a tier of larger grants to help with larger scale campaigns or collaborative initiatives. And just want to emphasize again that the commission should assess the extent to which providing resources to a regional philanthropic organization or collaborative would be another effective approach. Ultimately, our bottom line is there is not a one-size-fits-all approach. Grants to these grants, and there needs to be flexibility in the types of activities and the types of entities that the grants would be funding. And that we also think that the Commission should assign the task of determining the tiers and activities which will be funded to an appropriate existing committee. Okay, proposed action 2, which is the use of outreach budget funds. We want to hope that in your discussion that you clarify more about some of the line items as to what they mean, what do engagement tools, civic tech, community sharing their input mean, what is intended by collateral. We are also interested in learning about whether the costs of the community of interest platform that the statewide databases develop is included in the foregoing costs or is covered by another line item in the budgets. And another very important recommendation for us is we would really like to know where the funding in the outreach budget or other part of the Commission's budget is for translation services. We strongly recommend that the Commission include a separate line item in its budget that is specifically allocated and earmarked for translation services. The Commission has also recommended putting together what they call a Community Communications Advisory Group. We just want you to take some key points under consideration as you think about how to make this group effective, while not also adding another layer of bureaucracy or a large unmanageable dialogue to your work. Can grantees and should grantees or potential grantees be part of the advisory group? Should there be subcommittees? Thinking about the census counts structure, is that a good structure for this particular? By the way, we're not necessarily suggesting it is. It's just something that should be thought about, where you'd have subcommittees focusing on specific ethnic, cultural, linguistic groups. And what is going to be the time commitment and work expectations for members of the advisory group? And we note that we've previously recommended that the Commission establish a Language Accessibility Advisory Committee and an Accessibility Advisory Committee for persons with disabilities. So we would like you to think about, if you're going to also create a community communications advisory group, like how are you going to integrate what the Language Accessibility Advisory Committee does and the Persons with Disability Accessibility Advisory Committee does with the work of the group, of the community group, if there is a separate community communications group. Bottom line, we just want to make sure that also as the Commission develops any materials, that it has really good two-way relationship with these groups that represent underrepresented communities, and that there should also be a disability accessibility component from the very beginning, baked into how the Community Communication Advisory Group operates. In the background section of right after proposed actions, on page 2, the Commission has set forth certain goals. And our concern is that under these goals, there is a 1 or 2 references to quote unquote metrics. And we really, again, want to emphasize that we have concern about trying to quantify what impact you want to have the Commission reach. Certainly quantifying deliverables from grantees or quantifying what you would like them to do in terms of activities makes sense, but quantifying impact is much more difficult. And again, there's going to be flexibility needed in those metrics, and this is very consistent with our recommendations for a broad range of activities and tiered dollar amounts for the grants. And secondly, as you think about how money is going to be allocated and what your deliverables and goals are for particular areas in the state, think about the fact that we might need more extensive and intense engagement efforts for areas that are densely populated, demographically diverse, geographically remote, or have experienced significant demographic changes. We also suggest that later on, when you talk about accessibility considerations, as you've identified a lot of really important barriers. We'd recommend that you include socioeconomic and job-related constraints as part of those barriers that make public participation and engagement challenging. And we actually see some redundancy in those factors, I think technology and mobile device access could be combined into one category. Okay, moving on to the really thoughtful proposed strategy map matrix. We just were hoping that in your matrix on page 4, when you think about getting ready in December, that there is envisioning some kind of role for an expert on talking points. We'd like to understand exactly what the role of the expert on talking points would be and what kind of entity would take on this role. For example, is the commission envisioning securing a contractor? What would the role of the contractor be? Would it be different from the role of the commission's communication staffs or other commission's contractors? So we would just like to clarify what that, quote, expert on talking points would be. Also, under potential tools for outreach engagement phase, which is on page 6, the commission appears to envision some kind of online academy, train the trainers on how to use the COI tool. And then the language says community group may be doing this. Now, we again feel there needs to be clarification of these academies. Okay, first of all, we don't know whether it's a typo, but it almost seems like, is there some vision of one community group rather than a large number of community groups conducting these academies? Also, given the statewide database's role in developing and beta testing the COI tool, we think the commission should explicitly indicate that the statewide database should be actively involved in developing the content and format of the academies. But that certainly we know that community groups are intending to develop, train the trainers and online capabilities of these types of academies, and we will be working with a statewide database. Any clarification that you might think might be needed for this purpose would be helpful. Finally, in the reflection phase, in the purpose of the reflection phase, it says the commission indicates that the purpose is to present draft maps based on initial input and about available data to receive community reflections. We would hope there would be some clarification of whether this is present draft maps, meaning draft maps of actual districts. Are these going to be visualizations? Are these going to be draft community of interest maps? I think that's another area where clarification would be helpful. So I know this has been a lot of things to say. I did just want to get these points out there before you started your later discussion this afternoon. I'd be happy to take any questions, or if you would like me to call in at a later time, please let me know.
Thank you for that, Ms. Gold. I do want to remind public comment is 2 to 3 minutes. I did let you go on, but in the future, if you have that kind of substantive response, if you wouldn't mind putting those comments in writing and sending them in, that would be awesome. You can feel free to call back if you like. Unfortunately, we won't be entertaining any questions at this time. Thank you so much for your comments, Ms. Gold.
Just very quickly, there will be some form of these recommendations that will be in writing. It's just unclear who it will be coming from. So you will be having this in writing. Thank you for your patience. And yes, point well taken on keeping comments short.
Thank you so much. Jesse, do we have any other callers in the queue?
We do, Chair. One more caller.
If you'd invite them in, please.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Margot Morales. I am a resident of Long Beach. I'd also hope to be there as part of the commission. I'm was one of the final 60.
Sounds like we've lost Ms. Morales, Jesse.
I think we have her back.
Okay,
I'm back.
wonderful. Great.
I'm back. I'm not sure at what point I got muted. My name is Margot Morales. I am a resident of Long Beach. Congratulations on your appointment. I had hoped to be there as part of the commission. I was one of the final 60 candidates. But today I am calling as a representative of Long Beach, representing my fellow residents to speak against your proposal that we be removed from the County of Long Beach in your outreach regions and combined with the County of Orange. Long Beach, as the previous speaker said, is a very diverse community, vibrant community. Our points of interest are vastly different than those of the residents of Long Beach. To move us out of our county of residence, Long Beach, and move us into the adjoining county would discount the voices of the residents of Long Beach. We have vastly different viewpoints on a multitude of issues, and I believe to align us with Orange County would also serve to disenfranchise our diverse population and discourage their voices being heard, diluting the comments that you hear from the residents of Long Beach because they'll be overshadowed by those differing opinions in the County of Orange. So I really hope that you will take the time to relook at that outreach effort and move us back into the County of Los Angeles. I recognize Los Angeles is a very large area, but actually the comments that you're going to receive from the residents of Long Beach will align much more closely with those of the other residents of Long Beach than they will at Orange County. Thank you very much for your time today, and good luck with your mission.
Thank you, Ms. Morales. Was that our final call in the queue, Jesse?
There's one more caller, Chair.
Okay, please invite them in.
Hi, my name is Michael Wagaman, W-A-G-A-M-A-N. I spoke to you previously about the COI tool. I want to note that I'm calling in today as a private citizen, and I am not calling as a representative of the legislature or the statewide database. But that said, since somebody who knows about the tool, I did want to say that first, it is my understanding that the statewide database will, of course, continue to keep the data collected, and it will not be deleting data or throwing it away. But they are also going to be doing is sending that data to you. And the question is, what are you going to do with it at that point? As Commissioner Anderson said, it's actually a lot less complicated than it might feel. And as Commissioner, I believe, Pornachari noted, it's really all just data in different formats. And it's on purpose that it's in different formats because different formats are useful for different uses. First, you're going to get what is basically a table. And a table is a format that is friendly to doing things like importing into software, like the AIR table, I think, discussed earlier by Commissioner Turner. That's a format that's helpful to your data managers as it allows them to do things like sort and aggregate and analyze, speaking to some of the issues that Commissioner Akutagawa was speaking to earlier. Second, you're going to get a PDF. A PDF is a format that's friendly to showing both the map and the written narrative for a COI in the same place. That's a format helpful to the public as it lets them see both of those pieces of data in one place without any specialized software. Third, you're going to get a shapefile. A shapefile can be used with mapping software in the same way you are going to have shapefiles for city and county boundaries so that you can treat all those different kinds of geography equally. That's a format that will ultimately be helpful to your line drawers because if the commission says keep community of interest A whole, those line drawers will then be able to instantly know that you're saying we want these census blocks to be kept whole and kept together in your maps. As Commissioner Sandwani identified, your task is deciding which of these formats are going where and what is done with them once they get there. Does the GIS file need to be vetted before it goes to the line drawers, or is it just transmitted directly? Do you want the line drawers simply to have them available, or do you want them to do additional work like creating this pin map that's been discussed? Because if you do, you need to put it in the RFP. How do you want to provide public access to data coming from the COI tool? Are you posting these individual PDFs, the aggregate database, both? And as Commissioner Yee noted, all of these decisions should be treated in concert with all your other data streams. How are you posting public testimony applies not just to the COI tool, but to emails, public hearings. How do you want public testimony from all sources coded so that it can easily be found and you can find all the testimony from Fresno, as Commissioner Yee referred to? That's something your vendors from your data manager RFP are going to want to know so they know how to bid properly. And how do you want to make sure that testimony that has maps gets in your system, and how do you want to make sure that testimony that doesn't have maps gets in your system so that data flow isn't biasing your process and your deliberations? Those are my comments. I hope they're helpful to your deliberations, and thank you and good luck.
Thank you, Mr. Wagaman. Jesse?
There are currently no callers in the queue, Chair.
Thank you so much. Okay, we're going to return to our discussion on item number 9. Before we jump in, I know there were at least two outstanding questions that we wanted our council to address if possible. And I know she was going to bring back an answer after lunch. So I wanted to go to Chief Counsel Marshall and check in.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. Just in brevity, in regards to a non-attorney for the Voter Rights Act, any attorney, law firm, or legal entity in or out of the state of California must be in good standing with the California State Bar. There are limited exceptions and various restrictions in regards to the licensing requirement, but regardless of the status, an attorney must be in good standing as determined by the California State Bar. And it's my opinion that it serves the best interest of the commission as well as the state of California for us to have a California licensed attorney. And the thing about that, it's not an attorney that actually has to be here in California. It could be an attorney anywhere throughout the United States, but they could be part of a firm that has multi-jurisdictional practice, and that attorney in that particular practice, whether they're here or in Kentucky, they have licensure in California. So the language as it stands is fine.
Thank you for that, Ms. Marshall. And were you able to get any clarity for us as it relates to our requirements with posting COI information as public comment or any other public comment?
Well, in regards to COI, just my, preliminary response in terms of that, any COI information pretty much any COI information is public information. I think our bigger issue would be how we're going to frame that to release it. So it goes back to data framework, how we're going to put it out there. But I'm sure in any case it may be some exceptions, but in general, that information does need to be released.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions for Ms. Marshall? Okay, with that, I'll turn it back over to our subcommittee leads, Commissioner Sadwani and Anderson.
Thank you. So I think Mr. Wagman, who had called in, I think presented quite well many of the questions that had remained lingering for us. Commissioner Anderson and I had a few moments to speak during the lunch break. I think that she and I at least are on the same page, that there is clarity that there are some unanswered questions, but that doesn't necessarily prevent the RFP from moving forward. But we do need to make sure we're all on the same page that, the PDFs will have to go in one direction. The other data will likely go to the line drawer. The one piece Commissioner Anderson had raised in our conversation at lunch, and please feel free to jump in here if I mischaracterize it at all, is to the extent to which the commissioners would want access to the COI maps at some point in time in the shapefile format. So for example, when these maps come in, if we are sending directly to the line drawer who will compile them, and hopefully we will include in the RFP that will be a part of their responsibilities, that we would expect some level of analysis, such as this PIN map that has been mentioned. Is it the perspective of commissioners that they want to have access to seeing those maps at any given point in time in their shapefile format? Or is access to the PDFs, which would be posted online and which is what the public would see, is that sufficient? Right. And so I think she and I were using the example of, okay, say there's an area of California that you want to give additional thought to or consideration of you know, on an off day in which we're not in session. Would you want to be able to access those from a map, or viewing the PDFs alone would be sufficient? Knowing that, I think then we'll have a better idea of how to structure the RFP in such a way, right? Are they creating a tool then that anyone can access, or is it something that only they can access? So, you know, Saturday comes along and you say, I really want to think more about Fresno, right? Would you all want to be able to pull that up and be looking at it in some format beyond PDF? Commissioner Anderson, did I accurately?
Basically, to make it a little simpler, is if it's all with the line drawer and you say, boy, I didn't quite get all that. What were they saying about that around Fresno? I'd like to have a look at that. You would have to go if all those shapefiles are with line drawer, you'd have to go to the line drawer and say, hey, could you show me that, please? Instead of if it's with our database. And then we could say, oh, we could have a look at it. Now, this does not mean we're drawing any lines, any district lines whatsoever. This is to review it in its entirety for our own consideration. And I know I'm personally a visual learner. When I need to cogitate, think about something or other, possibilities, I like to be able to see it. If we are only looking at individual PDFs, that is not a conglomeration. It's not one map. They're all individual little pieces. Like you're looking at different pages in a book, as opposed to one map and you can look at an area. So that is a preference, and the only difference that would that is in terms of it's essentially where is data when. If it all comes into us, and then rather than taking all of that and fold it over to the line drawers, do we have it such that we can access it? Versus and the line drawers would have one clean copy that they would use, and it would never. It might be a little cleaner, as I'm trying to say. It's just a question of storage space.
Thank you for that. Commissioners, I do have a question regarding that. Commissioner Anderson, in that example that you gave, are you envisioning, you talked about conglomerates, are you envisioning actually doing overlays of COIs, and are you actually envisioning working in some software that takes and combines these maps on your own individually, or commissioners for that matter doing that? Is that what you're describing?
The idea is, and I believe for us to be able to follow along with the line drawing, unless we're just looking at it strictly on a screen, that we would indeed have it on our own computers. So if that in mind, then we could look, not draw. We could look, well, we could draw whatever we wanted, but you can't submit it. You look at the conglomeration. So yes, we would have a GIS software. It wouldn't be, oh, I want to pull in my own or something. It would be this. It would be the same as the line drawer is using.
Commissioner Sawani.
So I think this is where we have a little bit of a separation in our view on this. My sense, especially from the conversations that we've had with line drawers, is that it's probably in the best interest that as commissioners we do not have that software in front of us, though that is a decision for the commission to make, but that it can become extraordinarily confusing if we have access to that. While we may make agreements not to draw our own lines, it opens up a Pandora's box, if you will. In my mind, this question has to do with what kind of data management the line drawer would create for us with this whole pin map idea. And again, I'll go back to my earlier comment that I think while I certainly support additional analysis, if it is feasible to do so in the time that we have, right? We hopefully will have census data in a few months, and and we will be starting this process in a few months. I don't know how easy it is to develop such a tool as we keep describing in that amount of time. So if we can do it, great. But if we can't, we will carry on even without it. So I mean, I would leave it there. I think that for me, I don't envision commissioners, using Maptitude or Esri or one of the other mapping softwares on our own. But that, of course, is a decision that the commission needs to make.
Yeah, one thing to add in that is, when Commissioner Sadwani was saying, to submit, there have been, like in Arizona, certain commissioners were actually drawing, hey, I think we should do this. And then they would bring that up on the map during line drawing process, the actual district line drawing process. That is not at all what I'm talking about. I'm saying the ability to, we're looking at sections, we need to approach a section, and we are, like say Fresno, how is Fresno fitting in with, Stockton, say. That's anyway, it's a jump, but and to look at where are the COIs, where are they in this area? If we wanted to think about that over the weekend, we would have to actually, the line drawers would have to come and then pull that and then send it to us. So it would be like an additional request as opposed to us having a look at it however we want it. And it's a subtle difference in terms of, and it really only has to do with it's the storage of the GIS. Where is it stored?
Thank you. Commissioner Fornashari.
So I guess that was going to be my question. What's the difference, specifically, what's the difference in the RFP between your two options?
Thank you.
Or the statement of work. I mean, specifically, what's the decision you need in the difference?
There is very little difference. Is this Commissioner Sadwani? That's the the only thing is in terms of there is a line. Do we want the line drawer to be drawing doing the quick code about sorting the PDFs? I'm sorry, about having the PDFs represented as a dot on a symbol.
Okay, but that's not. I thought you were talking about commissioners having access to the shape files.
That would not affect. That would be. That would not affect. It's a question of does the COI. It's the only way it would affect what the line drawer does, which is completely contained already in the RFP. Is where are they gathering those files from? Are they getting them? The state, the COI tool people are sending it directly to the line drawer, or are they getting it from our website? Or are we sending it to them? That's the only difference, and it's the same. You ask the line drawers to gather that information. So
Commissioner Sadwani.
Well, I would just, I am not a data storage person by any means per se, but I do think it's a little bit more different than that. If Commissioner Anderson, if you wanted to have access to this on a Saturday, then if the shape files go directly to a line drawer, and let's say they're being stored by the line drawer, then they would have to be uploaded somehow, somewhere, those shape files, we're not talking PDF, shape files, to some sort of server that we all could access on a Saturday, right? If not, then they could just be held there. And it sounds like the statewide database is also going to be holding another copy of them, right? So I think it does have some greater components here, because if we want them to be accessible to us at any given point in time, and if you want to have the same software as a line drawer, then we need to think about then where is it, what is the server in which those are being stored on, how is it that individual commissioners are tapping into it, and what is the cost of commissioners to have access either to GIS or to an actual mapping software package, so that we can access all of that. So I think it's actually adding a whole other component that we would need to think about then. The side for the commissioners, we can work on that separately, but we would still need to build into the RFP what our expectations for the line drawer would be in terms of where those shape files get stored and how they would make them publicly accessible, or at least accessible to the commission.
Commissioner Fornashari.
So I'm just going to offer this. I don't think we have to make that decision right now. I think either way, it seems to me that the line drawer has to have the capability to store the data files. If we decide at some point as commissioners that we want to have access to the data, then we can decide to have that data also be on our servers and have access to our servers, for instance, or we can decide down the road. But either way, the line drawer has to have the capability to store and manage all that data. And so I think there are two separate questions. The one about us having access, we can figure that out later.
Commissioner Yee?
Yeah, I'm trying to, we haven't done this yet, so I'm trying to imagine how it will actually feel and what I'll actually find myself wanting when we get to this stage in the process. I can't imagine that I'm going to want just raw shape files without the accompanying commentary and reasons that people give for their maps and why we should be on this side of the freeway and not the other. I mean, just the raw, uncontextualized pile of shape files, I'm just not going to find that high priority to look at. It's not going to really affect my thinking. I'm going to look for those PDFs, look for that commentary, look for reasons that people are giving for the shapes that they're drawing. So I'm still a little confused why the shape files at the line drawer. I mean, what we're going to do with them. I mean, the line drawer can conglomerate them and show us a kind of a heat map of areas that people are commenting a lot about. But in terms of actually making decisions or, wanting to look at them on a Saturday, I just don't find myself imagining that I'm going to want to do that.
Thank you. Commissioner Kutagawa, then Sinai, then Vasquez.
I want to just echo what Commissioner Yee just said and just one other additional thought. I think what I'm maybe hearing from Commissioner Sadwani is, I think from a RFP perspective, if I were the line drawer, I think that there's going to be a cost difference, because if 14 commissioners have access to this data and I am getting input from 14 different people, it's going to create more time, more sorting, more communication, more everything. And I'm sure they're probably going to have to account for all of that time that as they're getting input from potentially all of us. I would echo what Commissioner Yee said. I can't imagine myself just looking at the raw data files. I would want the additional commentary and the other suggestions. And so I think we should take that into account, that likely if a line drawer is looking at the idea that we're going to have access to this, they may want to increase their cost because there's going to be more time.
Thank you. Commissioner Sinai?
I did attend the National Conference of State Legislature webinar it's recording on data management and software. And this is a critical question that they say you need to figure out, is because if all of us are going to have access to all of that, that's a huge cost, because you have to buy certification for everybody who's going to have it. So that's it's an increase. So the cost is a factor. And I also liked what Commissioner Yee said, is we're not here to just draw lines and look at just numbers to draw the lines. We're here to draw lines based on numbers and community input. And so it is a requirement that we put a face on the map. And so if you're just getting shape files without the narrative, that's not what we were asked to do. And finally, we've really been asked to do this collectively. And so there may be things we want to look at individually, but that's not what we were asked to do. We were asked to really struggle and work on this together. And so if you're interested in Fresno, great, you should get to know Fresno more, but maybe it's a demographics and other things that you need to be looking at so that you're better prepared, so that we collectively work on the maps.
Thank you, Commissioner Sinai. Commissioner Vasquez?
Very much agree with Commissioner Sinai's last point. I will say, and I am very happy to be corrected on this point, but I seem to remember in one of the initial presentations on the COI tool that there is basically like a notes section of the shape files that will include the text of the narrative in the shape files, because that's also how my understanding is, that is also how the line drawers are going to be. That's data that also gets incorporated, and they need to be able to reference that in real time when they're responding to our, like, hey, we move the line here. So I guess at least as we're considering this, that it's not just a shape file. My understanding is that that narrative, that qualitative data is associated with the shape file, and importable and viewable in GIS software.
Director Claypool.
So I'd like to go back to something that our chief counsel had said earlier, and also since then Marion Johnson has also come in on and basically said that under Government Code Section 8253A2, all data considered by the Commission must be made public. And so this means that our big database, our data manager, is going to have to handle all of the information that we receive. In fact, it was the opinion of our council that as soon as the COI data is received by the Commission, all that data must be posted and made available to the public. So to start with, we're going to have a data management system that can handle all of the data, and that's something that I had mentioned to start with. The second thing I think is very important was what Mr. Wagaman had said. I think it was kind of instructive. This COI tool has been set up with, one, a table that could be imported into an Airtable, two, a PDF that the public can see and be put in one place, and three, a shape file that's going to be needed by the line drawer. This COI tool was set up by a line drawer to accommodate this Commission in all the ways that it needs to be accommodated. And so I think that it sets up nicely. We're going to be able to post all this information because they've set up the PDF. We're going to be able to sort it for the Commission when they need it because they've set up a table that will transfer into the Airtable. And they've set up the shape file to transfer to the line drawer. When we look at the two different systems, again, looking at more functional areas of this Commission rather than competing interests, I think that this can set up very nicely to take care of all our needs with what we're going to get from the COI tool without necessarily having to maybe go to a great deal of expense or even overthinking what we're trying to do with it. That's all.
Thank you, Director Claypool. Commissioner Ahmed, then Commissioner Toledo.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to raise a piece about data integrity. So when I think about myself as a private citizen submitting a comment, where does that comment go? What is the path that it travels to get into the final draft map? So the more times that data piece is touched, whether it be by the 14 of us, whether it be by different data management systems, the more chances there are for it to be lost, for there to be errors within the coding, the tagging, etc. So I just wanted to lift that up. In the conversation, it seemed like, we were trying to pull a piece of information and send it to multiple different places. So just something to consider. And that's why we will have a data manager who will be an expert in this process, who would be able to best advise us on how to take that piece of information from a community member into the pathway that would make it the most effective in our conversations. Just wanted to uplift that. Thank you for this conversation. It's really exciting.
Thank you, Commissioner Ahmed. Commissioner Toledo.
Thank you. I mean, thinking about this, once that data is transferred over to us, we take ownership of that data, right? We will translate whatever needs to be translated. We will analyze it, code it the way we need it, improve upon it, hopefully. And to me, it doesn't really matter whether the line drawers have the the data. It's our data, and we should have access to the data. Of course, and what matters is that the data, that they're securely, that the data is secure, that the data is available to us, that the data is available to the public in a manner that's meaningful, and that we can meaningfully use it when we need it. But overall, I mean, we own the data. It's our data, and we'll have to work with our data management team to ensure that it can be used meaningfully to the extent that we need it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Toledo. Commissioner Sadwani, can we safely say that based on the conversation, your understanding coupled with Commissioner Anderson's understanding coupled with Director Claypool's understanding that you have what you need to move the RFP forward?
Yes, and I might just say,
thank you, Commissioner Anderson. That was a direct question to Commissioner Sadwani.
Oh, yes, yes.
Wonderful. So that was 2 yeses. So with that, we're going to move on. Do we really need any more discussion on this, Commissioner Anderson?
I believe it's going to put everyone's mind at rest here.
Let's not assume. I don't think no one's mind is not at rest.
Well, okay.
We're where we need to be. We've talked about this for quite some time. I think the yes is what we really needed in this. So if you can hold that, I'd really appreciate it, because I'd like to move the agenda forward. Does anyone still need any more commentary on this besides Commissioner Anderson? So Commissioner Anderson, can we move forward? Yes, thank you. So let's move on to agenda item number 10, and that's going to be administrative policies that we need to review and adopt. And we have 2 policies that are being brought forward by Commissioners Fernandez and Fornashari.
Yes, the 2 proposed policies that we have that we sent out earlier, or that were posted, are the communications protocol and also the personnel policy. And so if you have any comments, we are going to make a slight change to the personnel policy under 3A, because it talks about making the hiring the employees at public meetings, and then we actually go into the process for the executive director, deputy executive director. We're going to change that line to just say the hiring of executive staff, because we really don't know what the future may hold, and we kind of want to just make it more of a generic type of statement so that we don't specify positions. But we're open to feedback on the policies from the commissioners and staff.
Mr. Fornashari?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that for the personnel policy, we had some conversation about sharing the resumes with all of the commissioners for review, and after getting some feedback from Director Claypool and the legal team, there was some concern about sharing resumes broadly. So we're proposing here sort of a compromise approach, where once a candidate is selected by whoever is going to be supervising them, that the resume and the job description will be forwarded to the Finance and Administrative Committee for us to review, for us to talk to the hiring manager and understand, what the decisions were. And that would happen prior to these candidates being presented to the commission. And then, so we would have asked the questions we expect that the commission would be interested in, and we could answer the questions that the commission has. But instead of making resumes become public information, that the compromise approach would be to have the subcommittee review the candidates and then just be prepared for discussion with the entire commission.
Commissioners? Commissioner Sinai?
Just in reading the employee evaluation, at the very beginning, it says we'll adopt an evaluation criteria for the executive director. And then there will be evaluation for the executive director. Do we have time frames? I mean, we're a very short-lived group, but so we need, just clarity on that. And then on hiring, when it comes to firing, do all firing, this might have been in there and I missed it, but is all firing through the commission, or can the executive staff, do firing of people that they have hired on their own? And do we need to write out in more detail, how the firing takes place of the executive director if need be, if it has to happen?
Director Claypool?
So I think we need to distinguish between two different things here. There will be firings, whereas there's an adverse action with an employee, and that has to occur with the commission. There will be a lot of staff that we bring on, particularly if we use the student assistants, and we will just run out of money to pay them on their thing. And so that would be an administrative let go, if you will, of the staff, and it wouldn't be subject to this commission. So it really depends on the terms by which staff are moving on. But for your principal staff, it would seem that your finance and administrative committee would always have to be notified if we were letting someone go who had been more of a permanent staff member, the circumstances under which it was occurring, and then if it rose to that situation where we needed to have a vote, then we could bring it to a vote. But so it'll be situational, Commissioner.
And is firing and dismissing the same thing, or legally are they two different things?
In my mind, firing and dismissing are the same thing because in my mind, you're letting someone go that you brought in, whereas with something like an RA that's running out of time on their contract or something like that, that's a different circumstance, or a contracted student who's there's no longer any money to pay them. But under any circumstance, it should always go up through the Finance and Administrative Committee just to let them know what's going on. So it wouldn't be without a notification.
So yeah, just to clarify, in section E, we talk about dismissing, firing folks, what the process is, and the vote required. So if we decided that we as a commission wanted to terminate someone, we would handle that in closed session, and it would require the majority vote.
Commissioner Kennedy? We can't hear you, Commissioner Kennedy. No problem. While Commissioner Kennedy gets his audio together, is anybody else that has any comments regarding the two policies that are on the floor? I think we can hear you now, Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you. Sorry. On point E, do they have the ability to request that we discuss that in open session, or is that necessarily in closed session?
Yes, they do have the ability to request that we do it in open session.
Okay, so that needs to be in there. The one other comment that I would have on this one is, even if only as a framework for future editions, that it be reorganized slightly, so you would have status, hiring, evaluations, firing. So just a logical order to it. And then if other things get added, it can still maintain a logical order to it.
Are there any other comments or suggestions or questions regarding the two policies on the floor? Commissioner Kennedy?
I was just commenting on the personnel policy. So on the communications protocol, we in number 4, I think we're assuming that the communications director is going to have time to read an unknown quantity of incoming communications. And given the massive amount of inbound communication that the 2010 Commission received, I'm not sure that that's realistic. So I just want to flag that. I'm wondering in 4A if we want to include the Deputy Executive Director in that group. In 4A1, I would say anything that is determined to be offensive or threatening in any way would be reviewed only by the Chief Counsel. I think that's one of the things that we can say should just be with the Chief Counsel. And then finally on 4B, again, saying 2 days, it's a nice aspirational goal, but I think with the unknown quantity of inbound communications, 2 days is probably unrealistic.
Okay.
Yes, continue. Go on, Commissioner Fernandez.
Sorry about that. Yeah, I can make the addition of the Deputy Executive Director and putting him in there. In terms of the Communications Director, in terms of the responsibility for responding, we could actually add or designate that way when someone else is hired. They can it can be the Communications Director, the staff, or they can split it out. But I think that would answer or address your concern, Commissioner Kennedy. So thank you for that. And in terms, I would have to ask Communications Director Ceja in terms of the ability to respond within 2 business days. That was 4B, and I do know that we did forward it to him for review. I'm hoping maybe by that time. And when I say, and when we put in there respond, it could just be thank you for your comment. So can I defer, Chair Lamont, can I defer to Communications Director Ceja?
Yes, please.
Yes, you're absolutely right. Every time somebody contacts the commission, whether social media or website, we'll set up automatic responses. It says, thank you so much for your message. We'll make it a point to get back to you in a timely manner. So that's the first point of contact. And actually on social media, if you don't do that, you start getting dinged and your rating starts falling as a page. So we definitely do want to do those automatic responses, but in terms of executing like a constituent case or something, that might take a few days depending on what the matter is and who I need to forward it to. But the first initial response should be automatic.
Commissioner Kutagawa?
I guess this question will be directly to Director Ceja. Are you planning to hire like any student interns or anyone like that can help you, kind of be that first recipient of whether it's email, phone calls, written messages, kind of like a legislative correspondent in a House office or something like that?
So the communications manager should be super helpful in that regard. I am open to getting interns for design, for content creation. As far as responding to online inquiries, I would like to keep it within staff just so that it's more responsive and there's some accountability, because some of these responses will require more than just an email back. It's going to require forwarding it to the appropriate person and figuring out who that is.
Commissioner Fornashari, did you have something you wanted to add? No? Okay. So go ahead. No? Yes? No? Okay. So with that, if we don't have any additional, Commissioner Anderson.
Thank you. Back on number 1, the communication request from the commission, we definitely wanted to go into the chair or the executive director, but the individual design designated by the individual director, shouldn't that be or chair? And where I'm thinking here is We have a legal we're creating a legal subcommittee in terms of the line drawers. We're thinking about putting there's a designated commissioner in there. So I just want to make sure that the chair is involved in directing that communication. It doesn't just go to the executive director. So, and I didn't know where it says designee. Was that what that was intending?
I'm sorry, which one were you referring to? Was it number one?
Number one?
It has in there chair and vice chair already, so.
Right, and then it says, or an individual designated by the executive director. I believe it should be or chair, because then you have designee. So I didn't know, does designee mean the executive director doesn't have to, who could designate a person? Is it only the executive director? That's the way it reads right now. And I believe the chair should have that prerogative as well. And you have parentheses designee, and
no, I know. I got it. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, any other comments, commissioners?
Yeah, I just.
Yes, Commissioner Fonchari.
We didn't completely address Commissioner Sinai's question or comment on the personnel policy. So we had talked about an annual personnel review 1 year after the hire date. So yes, so for the executive director, we need to we'll adopt this policy, and then I guess it'll be up to the Finance and Administration Subcommittee to work with the executive director to develop this evaluation committee criteria for the executive director, and then bring it to the commission for approval.
So with that, can I invite a motion from one of the commissioners to approve, well, a motion. I guess I should just make one. So can I invite someone to bring a motion forward?
Yes, I certainly will move that we accept both protocols, the communication and the one that was submitted for the personnel policy, both policies.
I'll second.
Okay, let's go to public comment, Jesse. You could read the instructions. Jesse?
In order to maximize transparency and public participation in our process, the commissioners will be taking public comment by phone. To call in, dial the telephone number provided on the live stream feed. The telephone number is 877-853-5247. When prompted, enter the meeting ID number provided on the live stream feed. It is 939-8946-6294 for this week's meeting. When prompted to enter a participant ID, simply press pound. Once you have dialed in, you will be placed in a queue from which a moderator will begin unmuting callers to submit their comment. You will also hear an automated message to press *9. Please do this to raise your hand, indicating you wish to comment. When it is your turn to speak, the moderator will unmute you, and you will hear an automated message that says, "The host would like you to talk," and to press *6 to speak. Please make sure to mute your computer or live stream audio to prevent any feedback or distortion during your call. Once you are waiting in the queue, be alert for when it is your turn to speak, and again, please turn down the live stream volume. These instructions are also located on the website. The Commission is taking public comment at this time.
Jesse, could you clarify that the Commission is taking public comment on item number 10, the adoption of administrative policies?
The Commission is taking public comment on item number 10, the adoption of Commission policies and
Thank you. Do we have any callers in the queue?
There are currently no callers in the queue, Chair.
Okay, so we'll wait our customary 2 minutes. Commissioner Fornashari?
I'd like to ask a clarifying question here. So Commissioner Kennedy suggested that we modify the communications policy to, it currently says the director or the chief counsel will determine whether something is offensive or threatening. Commissioner Kennedy suggested it was just the chief counsel. I just want to check in with Director Claypool. Is there any reason why we wouldn't want to do it that way?
It looked right to me when I read it. I think it's fine as written. So
you think it's fine as written? Would it be? I mean, if we just have the chief counsel take that role, is there any reason why not?
Right. I'm reading it, number 1 again.
Yeah, it's
well,
or I.
You know, I believe it still. I would leave it there only because if something comes in and it's threatening, it would be more of a combined effort to discuss it. It ultimately your legal staff, your chief counsel are going to make the decision, but we're just talking about, will be reviewed, and then I thought it was right the way it was written, but if you want to leave it strictly with the chief counsel, then I'm good with making the change. But if the chief counsel is not there for some reason, on vacation or whatever, then it's going to have to be dealt with by somebody else. So,
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yeah, when I was rereading that last night, because it says and or the chief counsel, so theoretically it could be just the executive director or just the chief counsel. So I think that was probably my concern, was the chief counsel may never be aware of it. And let's say that the executive director determines it's not threatening or offensive, and the chief counsel maybe looks at it later and determines it was. So I guess should we have both of them do it, just one of them do it, or one or? And I think that's what Commissioner Kennedy was getting to. And I do understand the benefit of having the chief counsel review it.
Would you like to make a recommendation, Commissioner?
I'd like to hear Commissioner Kennedy's thoughts.
Well,
I'd like to hear Chief Counsel Marshall's thoughts.
Before Commissioner Kennedy, actually, we'll go to Commissioner Akutagawa.
I was just going to suggest, given what's been said about maybe if one is not available, perhaps there's a designee. It would be, potentially the deputy executive director, and then Chief Counsel Marshall can also have a designee, perhaps Ms. Johnston. So.
Director Claypool?
That touched on exactly what we're thinking here, that it could be just the chief counsel or her designee, which in this case would then fall to Marion, and then you would have your counsel involved with it one way or another.
So just for clarification, Commissioner Fernandez, could you read the language to make sure that Commissioner Turner, in her having made the motion, and I forget who seconded, I apologize, just to make sure that they're comfortable with that.
Commissioner Toledo seconded. It's just the documents that are determined to be offensive or threatening in any way will be reviewed by the chief counsel or her designee.
Okay.
Thank you. That sounds great.
That's fine.
Perfect. Jesse, any callers in the queue?
Chair, there are currently no callers in the queue.
Okay, so let's go to the vote, please.
Commissioner Satwani,
Yes.
Commissioner Sinai,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Abstain.
Commissioner Toledo,
Yes.
Commissioner Turner,
Yes.
Commissioner Vasquez,
Yes.
Commissioner Yee,
Yes.
Commissioner Ahmed,
Yes.
Commissioner Akutagawa,
Yes.
Commissioner Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez, no,
I think there's Commissioner Fernandez. We didn't hear you.
Yes.
Commissioner Fornashari,
Yes.
Commissioner Kennedy,
Yes.
and Commissioner Lamont.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Wanda.
You're welcome. Motion passes, sorry.
Thank you. Okay, it is 3 o'clock. Well, it's 3:01. We're going to take our break. We'll be back at 3:16, at which point we will pick up with agenda item number 11. Enjoy your break. All right, everyone, welcome back from the break. We're now going to move into agenda item number 11, which is our outreach and engagement plan. And I believe Commissioner Vasquez is going to lead this discussion. Is Commissioner Vasquez with us? I'm sure she'll be joining us any second. So just a reminder that there's going to be 3 key points in this discussion, and we probably won't get through all of it today. We have a substantial amount of time savings, so we will get as far as we can today, and then we will pick up in the morning. My goal is to wrap up today at 4:30 and give you the rest of your evenings with family, and then we start back fresh in the morning at 9:30 and pick up where we left off. So Commissioner Sinai, do you want to begin this discussion until Commissioner Vasquez's arrival?
Yes, sorry, I was just checking. All right. Yes, we're gonna, if we can start off with, my thought is on the way to check off the 3 pieces is to start off first with the regional, definitions. I'm going to try, like I did last time, to stay away from the word map. And they were posted as well as everybody was sent them. And there it is. So, we've received a lot of comments from the very beginning, not just today. We've received a couple, but we've received comments throughout the process of, and I think it's great for us to hear from people, especially because these are the types of comments we're going to be hearing once we go, when we get into even more granular detail. And so the only reason we wanted, it was an interesting conversation. You think when you have a subcommittee of 2, that the 2 of you will agree on things. And I think we're all learning is we're all very individual, and it's not, sometimes you need 3 so that you can better agree or not agree. But it was an interesting conversation that just Commissioner Vasquez and I had about regions. It was like, well, why are we even creating the regions? Why did we have the regions to begin with? And just to take a step back, the reason we started with the regions that we had, the first 10, was because we knew the census was wrapping up and the census had created a very strong infrastructure that we wanted to see if we could tap into. There's Commissioner Vasquez. Do you want to continue?
When do I get to throw this computer into the ocean? I keep asking. Sorry, so I missed literally everything.
I haven't said much except that
okay.
you and I, that even as a committee of 2, that you sometimes end up not agreeing with each other. And so that we actually committees of 3 to break the tie. But that, and then reminding people that we had chosen the census districts, the census regions, because the census was wrapping up and we knew that there was a strong infrastructure. But from the very beginning, questions had already come up if some regions were too big, if they were the right regions. And again, that the regions, you can take it from there, basically what the regions, whatever you want to say.
Thank you. Yes, so the regions, I think as Commissioner Sinai alluded to, I think I personally have gone back and forth in terms of sort of the trade-offs with identifying and formalizing particular regions, and you know, the trade-off of adding potential political implications that we can't necessarily control in the community and with our partners, and you know, the utility and the efficiency of being able to break up the work of outreach and engagement across this huge diverse state with you know, limited time and limited, certainly not unlimited, staff capacity. So with that in mind, we have decided as a committee to recommend that we move forward with such an overall strategy, which is to break up the state into these new proposed regions. Again, and we invite and appreciate the feedback we have already heard today from the community about the proposed new regions. There was some thinking behind sort of this new creation of the regions. But again, certainly this is absolutely something for folks to react to, respond to, and provide comments and suggestions and feedback around in terms of the actual regional breakdown. And then we thought to put in writing, hopefully, some more detail about what we hope to use the regions as, based on, of course, approval from the commission to use these regions in such a way. So wanted to draw your attention to the narrative report along with the proposed regions. So wanted to make sure that we were all understanding that at least that this committee's recommendation is that we want to use the regions as proposed or as amended to create our outreach plan, given the time and capacity dedicated to the redistricting process. So again, we have a very large state, limited time, limited staff capacity. And one way to break up that work is to divide the state into different regions. And that regional teams assigned to these regions will ensure that we're both broad, so that we have dedicated eyes and ears at the commission level, and of course at the staff level across the state, but that it's also deep. So when you have these two, you know, regional teams of 2, that allows for potentially some deeper initial contacts, whether it's be with community groups, civic groups, leaders, individuals from the community. You know, we hope this is an opportunity for folks to deepen the work that they may have already started in particular regions, with sort of making contacts, making connections in that region, so that when we're ready for actual community forums where we invite people to give us input around communities of interest in particular that we as a commission have done some initial relationship building. We also believe that these regions will allow the staff and the regional teams and community leaders to identify quickly where additional outreach and engagement efforts are needed. And I found that particularly important, that we hope that these regional teams are part of a more rapid feedback loop, so that community members, once you as commissioners have established relationships with folks in these regions, that hopefully that's another mechanism for folks to deliver rapid feedback about, hey, we're not getting as much response in, such and such area, this neighborhood, this city, this suburb. And we felt that was really important, so that they knew exactly who sort of at the top on the commission they could deliver that immediate feedback loop to, and not necessarily have to wait for a business meeting or submit written comment around that piece that may be more administrative than substantive. I wanted to also make sure for the public and for the rest of the commission that these regions aren't associated with line drawing. So definitely hear and understand, sort of, especially the folks who called in about the proposal for Long Beach and Orange County to be grouped as a particular region. Hear that feedback, and I think certainly myself and Commissioner Sinai are amenable to that, putting back Long Beach with Los Angeles counties, but did also want to flag for folks that even if Long Beach had remained or does remain with Orange County, that doesn't necessarily mean that those lines will be contiguous within Long Beach, right? So these regions have nothing to do with ultimately where lines for the maps will be drawn. And then also, we don't propose these regions as a way to sort of like direct resources. The grant making to local groups, et cetera, will have its own process for identifying where the commission's resources will go. So really, this is a way to, again, to divide and conquer labor-wise and capacity-wise, not as a way for us to filter information or organize information so as to draw the lines themselves. And I think also to respond to one of the, Jacqueline Cotto's comments earlier today about this proposal, these regions, we're not proposing, and I don't anticipate proposing, a formula where each region gets 5 community forums, and then we have to figure out, where those 5 are going to happen. Part of why we want regional teams is so that the regional teams can have a hand in informing, we really are probably going to need at least 2 in this community because it's rural, because it's going to take, a lot of work and engagement and more touch points to get as much information as possible. Or, the regional teams will say, you should probably have one up in this northern region and in the southern region because they're very different. They look similar on paper, but they're very, very different based on what we're hearing. So again, that we're not grouping these regions so that we can create some sort of rigid metric by which we can just say, oh, we had 2 meetings, and we're done. So again, trying to give us a structure, but also build in some flexibility. That means that some things are left intentionally broad, so that we are not unintentionally tying our hands to a particular method down the line, but also we do need a structure by which to plan out really our capacity and our meeting dates to some degree. Commissioner Sinai, anything you want to add?
Just 2 things. One is just to reiterate that we're really just looking at this for the public outreach or the what we've been calling Redistricting 101 forums, as well as the community forums. So really all the pre-map and census work. And once, again, none of this is connected to line drawing or our assumptions of where the lines will go. Also, many people have relationships that go across regions, and your relationship with an individual, with an organization takes priority. Or, you can choose, for instance, when the Pala Band of Indians came to speak with us, they brought up that they were having that they have these meetings and that they would welcome us to talk in January. I quickly connected with Commissioner Fernandez and said, do you want to follow up with them on that so we don't lose that opportunity, or should I, since I'm in San Diego? Either way would be okay. And as I said earlier, when people are my contacts have been saying, hey, we would like a public outreach session. I've been clear to say, hey, we're going to figure out who's the right commissioner for you, because they might be speaking with college students and they might rather have someone younger, or they may be in the Central Valley and would like someone from the Central Valley or whatnot. And so it's not a way to own in a way of, it's a way to be, hopefully we'll have our eyes and ears on the whole state in an organized fashion, but we can't abdicate our responsibility of knowing the whole state and knowing all regions. It's just a way to make sure that that we're paying attention. And just on the Long Beach question, and I'm just going to share this just for people to understand the whole way we were looking at this, is ironically, Commissioner Vasquez and I didn't want Long Beach to get lost in the bigger of Los Angeles. And so it had nothing to do with, it's similar to Orange County, but the Orange County is the smallest of the regions. And if we connected it with Long Beach, then Long Beach would get more attention than if it was part of, and so that's kind of some of our thinking on, the north, the very, very north. From the very beginning, we've heard we've got to pull Sacramento out. Well, once you start moving things around, it gets moved around a whole bunch. So the new regions were based on, they're very similar to the old regions. We did try to put numbers so you know what's being moved around a little bit, but it was based on community input, our input from the different commissioners, as well as some research on how are other people looking at the state of California, how have others made regions. One of the things I wanted to bring up, when you look at the regions, others use names, and so we put names on there, which are identifiers are good, but then sometimes those end up having political implications. And so everything we did is, I was like, okay, do we go back to just numbers so we don't get into political implications? So I think that's about it. I'm sure you all have some great comments and thoughts.
I'd like to make a suggestion as it relates to this, is maybe not using the word region at all, and maybe using sector or zone as an alternative, only because the regions have this, there's a lot of history attached to these regional maps that predate us. And I find that we're always having to explain what we don't mean. We had a very similar kind of situation as it related to using the census regional map. We needed to differentiate ourselves. We needed to explain how it didn't mean certain things. And then I think similarly with this one. So it's just a thought that maybe we call it, an outreach sectors or outreach zones. And then that way we know that we're talking about our outreach strategy. And it's not specific to all the things that we say it's not specific to. So that's a thought. With that, I'd ask other commissioners if they have any questions so far, questions or comments so far. Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you. Noting, first of all, that the Sierra Nevada region is not contiguous. I don't know whether that was intentional, but it seems odd. I kind of end up going back to a proposal that I had made earlier, which is if we took as a starting point the 2010 Commission's map and just separated the Sacramento region from farther north and made no further changes. To me, it would just be simpler to do that. There are still some imperfections with that, so that's what I would like to say at this point. Thank you, Chair.
You're welcome. Other
Yes,
commissioners, Commissioner Kuti.
I just want to acknowledge that, yes, it's not contiguous. Oh, I said it right this time. It's not contiguous, but its purpose, it makes it difficult, but it's because of the similarities between some counties and
Commissioner Kutagawa.
Thank you. I was going to actually, so hearing the commenters that called in this morning, I guess I'm glad that they did. I was going to make a similar comment that I think putting Long Beach in with Orange County is a little odd in the sense that they're the only ones that's a specific city, not a county like some of the other places. I think you get into a slippery slope then also too, because who's to say that you don't incorporate in Cerritos into North Orange County, or perhaps even like, Camp Pendleton and North County, San Diego, if you really wanted to start, making larger kind of regions. So I think I would make a suggestion that in terms of LA County, I know that on the, I guess the proposed document that you have there, you talked about east side, west side, maybe breaking up LA into east side and west side. I would also propose considering like maybe a South Bay in which maybe you would include also Long Beach in that. So it would be like Long Beach, Carson, like Gardena, Torrance, along those lines, because of the size of LA, it might just make sense to do more of that.
Commissioner Vasquez, and then Commissioner Sadwani.
Thank you, Commissioner Kutagawa. I just wanted to share my my recommendation in the full commission, and I haven't shared this with Commissioner Sinai, but thinking about my organizing work in LA, I like and I'm interested in thinking about a way that we can make Los Angeles in particular a bit more manageable, given what we've heard from the 2010 Commission about how much LA's communities of interest and LA's maps impact the rest of the state, that there may be, in terms of initial outreach and engagement, some thinking about dividing it up even further, whether it's South Bay or East and West, but also want to acknowledge that the northern part of Los Angeles County is also particularly, it's very, very different from the rest of the county. It's geographically separated by the mountains, rural and desert, and given very, very, very little political and other resources just generally. And so having worked in that region, just wanted to lift up that there's also across LA, we're going to find pockets of like, we are not like the rest of LA. Certainly everyone in the San Gabriel Valley would say that they are not part of LA. So also, I do, just for the purposes of this discussion, also want to acknowledge things. Yes, we can get into slippery slopes, but also we have the power to create our own boundaries and breaks for some of these. So trying not to think of these maps and decisions we make around these zones. I do like the idea of trying to rebrand this as outreach zones. Think of them as boundaries for our initial work, and not so much these slippery slopes that we politically have to try to appease everyone with this effort. We need a way in my opinion, to just manage the work and move forward. And we're going to make an imperfect outreach zone framework, map, whatever. It's going to be imperfect. And so would just like thoughtful feedback so that we can finalize something and move forward.
Commissioner Sarwani?
So first, I want to thank Commissioner Sinai and Commissioner Vasquez for all of their work on this. And I know y'all have gotten a lot of heat about this map. I very much support Commissioner Lamond's your idea of rebranding it and just calling them zones. I don't feel strongly, quite frankly, about changing the map because I see this simply as kind of an organizing tool for ourselves. And that does not have any bearing on the districts themselves that we're going to draw. But if there is this severe outcry, certainly I'm not opposed to changing it. I do think, though, once we change it for one region, someone else is going to come back and want to change there. And I think it's opening up a can of worms. I definitely hear you, Commissioner Vasquez. LA is huge. There are so many things that we're going to have to think about. I think in our conversations with Karen McDonald, she has referred to it as a knot that we will have to untangle. We are going to need to have a lot of meetings in not just Long Beach, but across LA, thinking about the various components and neighborhoods that exist there. My question, therefore, is in our last meeting,
we have the back scratcher.
We had come to some general agreement about a baseline number of meetings. And we said that would be 60 meetings in total. And that about 35 to 40 of those meetings would be with communities collecting COI information. Is the next step of this process for the two commissioners who are assigned to these zones to come back with some sort of recommendation that staff will then think about and that the commission also will think about and approve and get public feedback on? So for example, currently I'm assigned to Orange County and I only got one zone. Would it be that that Commissioner Akutagawa and I would come back and say, okay, of these 35 meetings, we think that there should be 2 in Long Beach and that we should make sure that we are prepared to receive feedback in English and Spanish and in Khmer and Vietnamese, etc. Like, is that the next stage of this? Because I think if I have a sense of what the next step is, then I'll be able to better answer whether or not these zones need to be changed. Does that make sense?
Commissioner Vasquez or Sinai, go ahead.
Oh, I just wanted to respond. Yes, we kind of envision it that way, but we also have, the 3 points that we still need to look at during this piece. And so we've got that cross subcommittee conversation. And I think from those conversations, we'll glean more how we can use the region teams. So if we can create the assignments at the end, of all of this, I think that would be the best way to do this. The end meaning after all the conversations.
Well, I have a clarity question on that. It sounds like, and Commissioner Sawadi, you can correct me if I'm wrong on this, that it was really more about the purpose, like next step purpose that would then inform whether if we're trying to define whether or not these particular zones are the ones we're going to go with, what informs that discussion? And how do we get there? And do you want us to come to that conclusion now? Like, do we want to define that and move on? Or do you want to circle back to that definition, that defining?
Sorry, I'm laughing. I always feel like this is a catch-22 in a way. Commissioner Vasquez, do you want to answer?
Go right ahead.
Oh, okay. So you're leaving me with the catch-22. Thank you. No, I think as with everything that we do, like someone's like, oh, this would have been great if we would have used these zones to begin with. Yes, but part of what we're doing is learning and moving forward as quickly as we can, making adjustments as quickly as we can. So let's say that, yes, what you're saying, Commissioner Sagwani, makes absolute sense, that these folks, along with staff and community, will give us input as well, could come back and say, look, as we were looking, as we've done our research and done our thinking, we think that we should have 2 sessions in Orange County. One, make sure that that one's in north and one is in the south, and in these languages. That makes absolute sense, because it can get us starting to put put more meat on the bones, and then we can keep moving around. And then so yes to that question. And then as we have the conversation tomorrow, just about the cross, what I'd like to do is do a kind of a conversation about, let's do the path of an individual who wants to be engaged, the different types of meetings and everything we're thinking of having. We may come up with other things that we would add to it. So maybe we circle back at the very end and say, okay, so for the region teams, this is what we want to see for X time. Does that make sense? So we start off with, yes, what you said makes absolute sense. If everyone can kind of come back to us, and we'll with the idea of what languages, where, and how many presentations, what languages, and the locations, if not locations meaning the Elks Club, but more in general.
Commissioner Turner.
Thank you. And thank you, subcommittee, for the proposals, the background, and what have you. I'm looking, of course, directly at the Central Valley and the proposals that's here, and trying to weigh in the conversation on what does this what does this mean when we say yes for this particular zone? So the Central Valley, on one hand, I love that it's Central Valley. Central Valley is an area that I work in exclusively, but I also know that depending on what we're determining we will do as a path forward, this is a huge region. So it's about a 6.5 hour span end to end. And north, we may want to consider splitting north and south Central Valley. One of the things I also want to just name is that as we propose what we think we're going to do, and to come back and say how many meetings via Zoom or what have you we should have, if we all come back with proposals and I say I need 4 and somebody say 6 and 8 and whatever, if we'll get to a place where it's like, okay, we can't accommodate that number of meetings, we'll need to cut back, that will change how I feel about whether or not I think we should stay together as a Central Valley large region, or if we were smaller to begin with. So to me, that's part of that, cyclical conversation you talked about, chicken egg or whatever. It's like I can say anything right now, and with the thought process that we will be able to accommodate a size geography this large. And then if we later need to scale back, then I'll feel trapped in what we've landed in this initial conversation.
Mr. Sawani.
Thank
Then
you.
Commissioner Vasquez.
Yeah, I think that Commissioner Turner, that's like kind of exactly my thought process, right? Like, I so appreciate the folks from Long Beach calling in, and I just wonder if is the issue actually these zones, or once we have like whatever that outreach plan is going to look like, will the real concern be what that outreach is, right? And so would their comments actually be more informative to our process if we take that next step and have whatever the proposals will be? And so I think, yes, Commissioner Turner, I think you said it much better than I did, so thank you.
Commissioner Vasquez.
Thank you, Commissioner Turner, for those comments. In my mind, my hope is that no one is caught in that kind of catch-22, in the sense that, again, my hope is that we're not necessarily going to have a formula in which you know, we ultimately only allow for 5 meetings per region. And so in order to make sure that this, you know, potentially hard to reach suburb gets, you know, meaningful outreach dedicated towards it, is by cutting it and moving it to a smaller region or zone, whereby it gets one of the 5 meetings for that zone. And that's sort of what we were trying to say about sort of what these maps aren't for, is that the hope is we're not going to create a formula. My hope would be that if there is a hard to count suburb or hard to reach suburb, or rural area or what have you, no matter what zone it's in, it's the commissioner, the team's outreach that will identify that hard to reach region and say, whatever our outreach strategy is, we got to make sure, and I am going to take it upon myself to make sure that that suburb, that rural community is engaged. And so whatever meeting is held in this zone, I'm going to make sure that it's accessible to this community and that outreach happens for this community. Versus, I think, in the more, I think, linear sense of looking at these zones, you only have 5 meetings per zone, then that makes these zones and their boundaries much more much more rigid, and therefore I think more political. So that I'm trying to get us to like, zones are just for organizing our workload. They are not for they're not going to be, at least I hope, aren't going to be a way to like limit our capacity. They're going to be a way to direct our capacity.
That's how I was thinking of it, Commissioner Vasquez, is that the zone, that you said it, is the way to direct our capacity. Is sort of like getting the profile of that zone and understanding what's needed and bringing those needs back and it not being limited. Now, we may have global limits just based on whatever, but it won't be determined by the zones themselves. Is that a fair assessment? Okay, other commissioners? Okay, Commissioner Kutagawa, then Commissioner Fernandez.
I hear what, Commissioner Vasquez, I hear what you're saying. I think I'm still I'm still struggling with now, we're still going to run up against, I think, some degree of limits. If I use the case of Long Beach, for example, as a way to ensure that, and please correct me if I'm misrepresenting this, but to ensure that they do get some attention, they could still remain within LA County because they are still part of LA County, and that perhaps instead of, I think the choice becomes for LA County, is there a decision to go to Long Beach and then use a meeting there, whether it's virtual or otherwise? Because I think that's the other consideration too. We will have these virtual meetings. It could just end up reaching a lot more other people that are just outside of Long Beach. And so the argument can be made, yes, they could be part of Orange County, but yes, they could also be part of LA County as well too, and use Long Beach as the center, one of the centers for for LA County, and then perhaps the San Gabriel Valley, the valley itself, kind of like whether you go out to Santa Clarita or Lancaster, Antelope Valley, and then do something like in Santa Monica, maybe something down in, whether it's South LA or go down to like, Torrance, Gardena, Long Beach, Redondo Beach. There are all these other, I guess I'm just kind of thinking about that, choices are going to have to be made where these meetings will be located. And if there's a concern that, say, Long Beach may be lost in the larger part of LA, part of it is just them being very mindful that, hey, we will cover Long Beach because it is a large city in LA County. I think that's why I'm just kind of trying to understand more what you're saying about, like, we shouldn't be constrained, but at the same time we are going to be, because we have X amount of meetings that we could hold based on the budget we have, I think is what I understand.
Chair, I think you were muted.
Thank you, Commissioner Fernandez, Commissioner Yee, and then Commissioner Sadwani.
For me personally, I would opt to just keep the zones that we currently have. I've already made, in Region 1, which was the 17 county, I've already made contact with quite a few of them. And I also agree with Commissioner Kennedy in terms of by moving some of the counties out, now they're not contiguous with the in the Sierra Nevada region. And I think that is important because oftentimes neighboring counties do have similarities. So I think at this point, I don't want to say it's late in the game, but I've already reached out to my counties at this point. So if we were to split it up, I would still have probably two zones with the same amount of counties that I'd still be responsible for, since I've already made that initial contact. So I appreciate the work you've put into it, but for me personally, I think I'd rather just stay with what we have.
Commissioner Yee?
Yes, thank you to the subcommittee. Certainly a lot of thought and consideration went into this. I really appreciate Commissioner Vasquez's very eloquent, expression of our intentions and how this should go. And I have all faith that our outreach and our plan and where meetings end up will all be good. But I'm also just super sensitive to people's feelings about these things. The 2 Long Beach calls we got this morning. I mean, these are communities of interest speaking up, right? And even though we're very, very, very far from actually drawing district lines, this is kind of where it starts, and they know it and we know it. So on one hand, sure, just go ahead with the plan. I really do think it'll all work out, but I'm just trying to figure out, okay, how do we reassure folks, that it'll all work out and that these concerns are being fully addressed. I'm kind of wondering how we ended up with the 10 zones. I mean, we inherited the number 10 from the census zones, I guess. I don't want to start all over. But neither do I want to take those as set in stone if a few more zones would actually allay these anxieties and just help us move forward. With 14 of us, 10 zones, any number is going to be arbitrary, but just wondering how committed we are to that number.
Mr. Sarwani?
I just wanted to clarify the question that was raised about the number of meetings. While we are building in a number of meetings to have pricing on, we also ask for a price per meeting should we go over. So while we have kind of a target, we can most certainly do more if it is deemed necessary.
Thank you for that, Commissioner Sadwani. Subcommittee, is it possible, or could you envision there being more zones than the current number of zones that have been established? Okay. And then Commissioner Kennedy, I wanted to
clarify just quickly. Right now, with the new region, new zone, it would actually be 11 zones. We didn't put a number on it because we kept the original numbers. So that's why it's confusing.
Okay. Commissioner Kennedy, in your comments earlier, I think it's worth exploring with Commissioner Kennedy how strong his feelings are with regard to his recommendation on advancing the previous map as is. I think there's a few outstanding issues that we need to put to bed. So I think it'll be worth having that discussion about adopting the previous map or not, so that we can decide we are or not going to do that, and then move forward with what we are going to design. Because I feel like different ideas sort of just kind of all live and swirl around each other. And sometimes to move forward, you have to put some things to bed. So if Commissioner Kennedy wants to make a strong case for his recommendation, I'd like to create some space to do that, so we can at least understand and move forward with that. Commissioner Sinai.
As everybody was speaking, I was taking down notes, and so there was different recommendations or ideas that were put out there, and that was the first one exactly. So if we could, I think that's a great place to start, and then maybe go down the different zones and bring up what came up, just so we can put. I agree. Let's put some things to bed, and so we can move forward.
Awesome. Are you amenable to that, Commissioner Kennedy? You want to make a case?
I mean, you know, the case that I've made is that if we take the 2010 maps and we separate the Sacramento region from farther north, we end up with 10 regions. That region that's north of the Sacramento metropolitan region has roughly 1 million people in it, and otherwise keep it as it is, which is in some ways, certainly down in the south, it's identical to what we currently have. You know, I don't know the Central Valley as well as Commissioner Turner, so you know, I'm going to defer to her when we talk about Central Valley. But you know, I am sensitive to people in the far north saying, you know, we always get lumped with Sacramento. Sacramento gets the attention. We don't get any attention, and I'm trying to address that with this proposal without overly complicating things.
Okay. Commissioner Sinai, I think the Commissioner Kennedy raised a couple salient objectives. So hopefully you noted those, because.
Yeah, can I ask a clarifying question? Because
sure. If let me finish my sentence, please.
My apologies.
No worries. So hopefully, as people are making their case, because you guys are the most familiar with the zones that you've created and understand, you know, what's covered and how it's covered. I think better than anyone else. I mean, we can all have read them, but you know what thinking went into it. So I think really making note of what the various commissioners for making cases make, and that can be a part of our discussion and moving forward and making sure that even if it doesn't look like at the end of the day the adoption of 2010's map, we took into consideration his intent, is really where I'm going with that. So with that said, Commissioner Sinai, please.
I wanted to clarify. So you're looking at the 2010 map. So going, not even the redistricting one. So we're going back to the 2010. And there are some significant differences between the 2010 and where we've been with the census, where we were using the census zones, and so I think what I would like to do is hear from Commissioner Toledo, because some of the significant changes, you know, it's lumping a lot of the coast with the Bay Area, and my experience from living in the Bay Area was Sonoma and some of those areas would rather not be lumped in with the Bay Area. So I wanted to get your thoughts, since that would be one of the big changes.
I think the census zones that we're using has Marin with the Bay Area, and that to me makes sense.
Right.
Although there are portions of Marin that is very rural, and closer to Sonoma and the rest of the North Coast. Certainly there's parts of Sonoma that are very rural, and there's parts that are a little bit more urban and suburban, and I particularly like the census map. I think it makes sense, the regions that we're using, because Marin is the most urban of the North Coast regions, up to the Oregon border, and it has Marin with the Bay Area, but Sonoma with the North Coast, and so that to me makes sense.
Okay.
So that would be my feedback on those two pieces.
Okay, I'd like to make an observation. It seems like the context for that discussion right there seemed a little bit different than how Commissioner Vasquez sort of characterized where we're going, and I could almost feel it coming from her through the screen. And I concur, and I think that it's going to be really important to contextualize what we're talking about and why that makes sense. What Commissioner Toledo just said makes sense in that context. However, if what Commissioner Vasquez described is what our intention is with creating these zones, that would be irrelevant, basically. So, Commissioner Vasquez.
Yeah, if I could, my observation is similar to yours in that, so I will sell myself out as being I'm not a super fan of the regions or the teams as like a concept, because in my personal view, I feel like it invites more political tensions than I think are necessary. And I say this because in my view, in thinking about outreach, if there is a community anywhere in the state that feels or that is hard to reach for whatever reason, then we need to be like, it's our duty as a commission to be explicit about making sure that our outreach plan addresses those folks. And it shouldn't matter what region they're in. And so for me, like, again, in my ideal world, and I don't know practically how, if this makes sense again for our workload and all of the other things that I did discuss in our proposal, which is potentially more efficient for fact finding. It helps us best utilize the expertise in an efficient manner. But really, for me, these zones then invite this, well, we're not like them. You should pay, you should keep us with them. We get into these conversations that ultimately bind the business, the administration side unnecessarily. Whereas, again, for me, it should just be, if there's a community that's hard to reach, let's figure out a way to the best of our ability to reach that community. Because already, and that's also why I was trying to caution us about these slippery slopes, because if we separate out Sacramento because Sacramento's very tired of being lumped in with the North, then for me, I would say, well, can we separate out the Antelope Valley from LA, because they're always called LA. They are not LA. For them, they don't consider themselves LA. And I, as now an adopted Angelino, don't really feel like they're politically part of us either. Like, they're their own community. So for me, it invites a lot of challenges that I think we can work through. And we're proposing a way to move through them. And like, I just know whether or not we adopt a regional map, know that for me, as in my role as a commissioner, I am going to do everything we can, that no matter how these maps are broken out, that if there's a community that is hard to reach, I'm going to be looking at this overall plan to make sure that that community, based on feedback from commissioners or the community themselves, or from what I know about that community, that they get the outreach that they need, given our limited resources, but good intentions.
Well put, Commissioner Vasquez. Any other comments, feedback, questions, clarifications? Okay, Commissioner Sinai, you want to continue with the considerations that you were documenting?
Sure. I apologize that I wasn't on mute that whole time. Hopefully my clicking wasn't annoying. So one of the other considerations was to just keep our original sunset zone number 1. Just keep it all together. And so that's you know,
I think that was Commissioner Fernandez.
Mm-hmm.
Do you need to add anything to the case you made for that? You want to highlight any points about why we should do that one?
I guess the only reason I want to keep it is because I already started with it. I guess at the end of the day, I think we all need to step back because every community is going to think and they know that their community is unique. So they want to be separate and they want to be special. But at the end of the day, there's 14 of us, right? And if we split up, then that's 17. And I like keeping at least the counties together for now because, like I mentioned earlier, they have more similarities, especially as I go up north, seem to have more similarities, those that are neighbor each other. So at the end of the day, how we split it up, we're going to have people that like it and people that don't like it, and we're going to have comments regardless of how we do it. So do I prefer to keep it together? Sure, why not? If you split it up, sure, why not? I mean, I just need to know how to move forward because at the end of the day, we're not going to make everybody happy. But our goal is to try to reach as many as we can, especially the hard to reach. So I think that's all I have to say right now.
Thank you. Commissioner Turner?
Thank you. I think keeping counties together, but I just wanted to name for those that aren't as familiar with the Central Valley. The Central Valley, there's a Central Valley and then there's a San Joaquin Central Valley, which is actually what you've delineated in the new or the proposed change. And that's 4.3 million people, Commissioner Kennedy. So I just wanted to name that so that we're not thinking it's just a rural area and a span from a geography perspective. It's greater than 4 million people in that proposed area.
Thank you, Commissioner Turner. I would like to weigh in and say that I'd like to support changing it. I'd like to support changing it to go to zones. And the reason is, I think to adopt the 2010 map, we adopt its history. I think to adopt the census map, we adopt their history. And I'd rather we not keep saying what we're not. I'd rather we create our own and rebrand it and define what it's for and about. And I think that the intent and philosophy that has gone into it, as described by Commissioner Vasquez, is innovation. As we talk about the SWI, I forget the last letter, I think R. R that was mentioned earlier, I think this fits right there. And I say, why not? We also said that the same people who did the initial outreach, which goal was to leverage the outgoing census team and not let them get away, which is why we did that. That step is now behind us. Our group, I'm with Commissioner Fernandez, we still have some lingering meetings to wrap up, but that has nothing to do, in my mind, with this next step. Some of the information, of course, we will be bringing forward, but this is the beginning of us unveiling our new outreach strategy from the 2020 Commission, and I think it should represent the innovative ideas here, and that would be my case for doing something different. Commissioner Fernandez.
I'm good with that. The only caveat I would have is something that Commissioner Kennedy also brought up was that right now, Zone 4, it does have some counties that aren't contiguous, and I would recommend that we do make them contiguous because we're splitting up zones with counties in between, and I would just recommend that maybe we try to put them into either one or into the new region. Because also, if you look at Zone 4 right now, you've got how many counties is that going to be? Like 15 counties or something like that. So that's my only recommendation.
Okay. Commissioners, is there any other comments before I go back to Commissioners Vasquez and Sinai to move us along on this? Okay, Commissioners Vasquez and Sinai, it sounds like potentially doing a little bit of zone expansion, of having a couple more zones that either Long Beach has its own zone or Long Beach goes back into whatever zone LA is in. And then some of these other recommendations, would that solve and still maintain, would that solve some of the concerns that the commissioners have raised and still maintain the integrity of what it is you're trying to accomplish with your outreach plan?
Can I ask, so the two that aren't part of the it's Placer County and El Dorado County, are the two that Sierra Nevada zone, they're not contiguous. And my quick, are those two more valleys versus part of the mountain area? Is that why they pulled them out?
Are you talking to me?
Who knows those two counties?
No, I mean, I agree where you have them now, because they really, I guess I'm from Sacramento, Sacramento area really is reaching out to El Dorado. But then you've got, I think, is it Sierra and Plumas? I can't remember. Sierra, Plumas, and Nevada.
Lassen and Modaco.
Right, so you have them with a different, so they're almost like they're jumping zones to go to a more southern zone versus maybe, let's think about keeping them with a northern zone.
I think we were looking at it as an eastern zone because it's part of the Sierra Nevadas.
Yeah, and I think like Placer, they kind of consider Sierra their county as well. I mean, it's, you just kind of keep creeping into the northern.
Yeah, no, I can move those back up.
Right. I think, yeah, I think that would be preferable.
And is that just the Lassen and Modoc, or and keeping Nevada and Plumas below, or?
I would move the Plumas, the Sierra, is it Nevada also? Because right now you're recommending putting them in zone 4. So I would recommend maybe potentially moving them to the new region or to region 1, whichever. I mean, we can talk about that offline. That's fine.
Well, the community's going to want to know where we're putting them, the public.
So I'd have to.
You want to give that some thought, and we'll go to Commissioner Kennedy. Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I mean, my awareness of Placer County is that, the western part is very much tied in with the Sacramento region, but the eastern part is very much tied in with Reno and Sierra Nevada. So, I mean, it's hard to divide Placer County without addressing that dichotomy.
Okay.
I'd be happy to touch base with the registrar and get his thoughts on it, but.
No. No, I don't think we want to go there.
Commissioner Vasquez is like, please don't do that. You're about to make it political for real. Commissioner Vasquez.
Yeah, I was just going to say, again, suddenly I'm feeling very passionate about the Antelope Valley. Like, those folks go to Bakersfield and Fresno for many of their services because it's more relevant and appropriate for them to engage in that county. People are crossing county boundaries. County boundaries don't mean anything to anybody except, honestly, the politicians. Again, I'm caught up in attention because I feel like these create a lot of challenges for us, and we're embodying these priorities that politicians have because we know that boundaries mean power. And so I appreciate this conversation because we are trying to make sure that communities have the power that this process was designed to give them back. So yeah, I really want to be mindful even then as we think about breaking up counties. I'm amenable to keeping counties together. I think that makes sense from a practical standpoint in terms of designing outreach. I think actually the caller on the phone who talked about Long Beach and its association with Orange County versus LA County, I do think to the extent that we utilize existing outreach frameworks that many groups have already organized themselves around county boundaries. So I think there's a strong administrative case to be made about being counties together. And so, you know, in that I hear, and I think we should probably put LA back, or Long Beach back with LA. And then I would also try to pull us back from thinking about breaking up counties. I sort of two minds about having the zones contiguous as long as they keep counties together. So would like maybe a case to be made strongly one way or the other. I think Commissioner Fernandez is working on working on that. But okay, but yeah, I think let my proposal would be let's keep counties together in these zones.
Okay, Commissioner Taylor.
No, I was just gonna sort of mimic what Commissioner Vasquez says. If you look at the design of Antelope Valley, Palmdale, Lancaster, it has more in common with some parts of San Bernardino than it does with inner city Los Angeles. But then we can get to a point where we can get so specific. Are we going to differentiate between San Fernando and San Gabriel, which you're going to say they're two different places? We have the commerce, the commerce district on the interior, East LA. We can start to parse this out so fine that I think that we need to stick. Our point is about penetration. We want to make sure that we penetrate these communities as opposed to what does it matter with what district team is. Keep it simple, I think. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Commissioner Taylor. So it's 4:20, and unless there's some burning comments from commissioners, I'd like to go and get our closing. We could go get some public comment that might inform what we talked about so far, if you're open to that. Or we can continue this discussion and give everybody a chance to sleep on it and continue it in the morning. My hope would be that if between Commissioner Fernandez, Vasquez, Anaya, anybody who wants to help make those adjustments to the zone recommendations where that could be posted. And then when we kick off the conversation tomorrow, it would start with this new place. And we could pick up our discussion from there. So I think for a quick thumbs up, should we get some public comment now? How do people feel about doing that? And then that'll sort of close out our day and we'll have something to sleep on. Okay, so with that, Jesse, if you could read the instructions. And we are taking public comment on the current agenda item 11. Specifically the proposed outreach zone map.
In order to maximize transparency and public participation in our process, the commissioners will be taking public comment by phone. To call in, dial the telephone number provided on the live stream feed. The telephone number is 877-853-5247. When prompted, enter the meeting ID number provided on the live stream feed. It is 939-8946-6294 for this week's meeting. When prompted to enter a participant ID, simply press pound. Once you have dialed in, you will be placed in a queue from which a moderator will begin unmuting callers to submit their comments. You will also hear an automated message to press *9. Please do this to raise your hand, indicating you wish to comment. When it is your turn to speak, the moderator will unmute you and you will hear an automated message that says, "The host would like you to talk," and to press *6 to speak. Please make sure to mute your computer or live stream audio to prevent any feedback or distortion during your call. Once you are waiting in the queue, be alert for when it is your turn to speak. And again, please turn down the live stream volume. These instructions are also located on the website. The Commission is taking public comment on item 11 at this time.
I know we have a little bit of a delay, so Jesse, the moment someone's in the queue, just alert me, and we'll wait a few minutes.
We currently have one person in the queue, Chair.
Please invite them in.
Caller, if you could please press *6 to unmute yourself, please. Caller with a telephone number ending in 55, please press *6. Chair, they appear to be unresponsive.
Okay. We'll wait a couple more minutes. Commissioner Sinai? You're on mute.
That means I was unmuted before, so I apologize again. I was curious to hear from Deputy Director Hernandez and Director Ceja what they're thinking about these maps.
Okay.
Not maps, zones.
Okay. Let's hold on that for right now, and we'll go to them provided there's no public comment. Jesse?
There is currently nobody in the queue, Chair.
Okay. So we'll hear from if Deputy Director Hernandez has something to add. Would you like to add that at this time?
Yes, thank you. Great discussion. Been taking a lot of notes. I do like the idea of zones. And from an outreach perspective, keeping the counties together, and I'm thinking of when you travel, you want to go from one to the next to the next. And if you're having to jump counties, that just makes it very difficult to really do outreach, systematically or effective or efficient, either one of those two. But it really makes it a lot easier if you're going from one county to the next county. And I foresee that is kind of the way that you'd be doing it. It's kind of like a road show. You go from one place to the next place to the next place, and it just makes it easier for travel purposes. And that's just from my perspective. But I do like the idea of zones, outreach zones specifically. We can call them outreach zones. It just makes it easier for us to identify what the purpose is, and then keeps that confusion to a minimal.
Thank you. How about you, Director Ceja? Do you have anything you want to add?
Nothing in particular. I do also agree that Los Angeles is a huge geographical area and will probably need more than one, not region. What did you call it?
Zone.
Zones. Yeah, exactly.
Okay, commissioners. With that, Jesse, we still no one in the queue?
Chair, there's currently no callers in the queue.
Okay, so we'll close public comment. And we have a commitment from the subcommittee to make some adjustments, is that correct, to the current zones? And we can either get that posted, well, let me ask, Director Claypool, is it possible to get an updated version posted by tomorrow morning, depending upon when you get it?
I'll have to check with Raul. I believe so, but if you can hold for just a minute or two,
Sure.
I'll step across.
Sure. If not, and Director Seha, that's why that awesome new website that you showed us today is going to be amazing, right? Because if we would just be able to pop this right up. So we know we're getting there slowly but surely. But as soon as our Director Claypool comes back, and I don't want to put you guys in too tight of a timeline, Commissioner Sanaya Vasquez, if push comes to shove tomorrow, you can always use a share screen to continue the conversation and include the public in the visual aspect. So we'll work it out one way or the other. So yes, Commissioner Vasquez.
I just wanted to be sure that we'll get Commissioner Fernandez's stuff and make sure to incorporate that before we put something up to the public.
Okay, Commissioner Fernandez, then Commissioner Toledo.
I just want to say that I also am going to forward some feedback to the committee as well.
Awesome. Commissioner Fernandez?
Yeah, I'm available right after the meeting, and I've got your number.
Thank you, Commissioner Fernandez. Director Claypool.
So Raul's going to reach out to Rihanna and see if she's available, but we would need those changes by 6. Is that possible?
Okay, they'll shoot for 6. If you don't get it by 6, we'll use Plan B. Fair enough?
Okay.
All right. Commissioner Fernandez, did you have a final comment?
Yeah, I just wanted to know if Commissioner Toledo, if you were available right after. Okay, thank you.
Okay, with that, we're going to recess and reconvene in the morning at 9:30. Everyone enjoy your evening, and I'll see you in the morning.